Station, St. Martin, the BVI, the U.S. Virgin Islands, also the folks over in Antigua, Montserrat, Dominica, and throughout the whole Caribbean, the small and lesser Antilles, and also the folks up in the diaspora, North America, as far as up to Canada, come down to the Florida Keys, New York, and throughout, and also folks over in Asia. Greatly appreciate you guys choosing me, especially in in England. I mean, it's way ahead, and the folks tend to listen to our show, and they could be doing anything. So we just want to let them know we show appreciation and don't take anyone for granted. Also, the folks listening on 102.1 FM, Facebook, Twitch TV, YouTube, and also not forgetting our students over in Costa Rica and Turkey, and also in Africa. And wherever you're at our sound of voice, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. Guys, how you all doing? Yes,
I'm
son?
well.
You see you
My
smiling. You have
team
waiting
win
in the
six
room.
two today. My team win 6-2 today, so I feel good.
Earlier, I was giving before, if not sure if you all hear me, earlier attended a sports, the Navy's Academy Sports, and I was giving a lot of kudos to the guys, Mr. Carl Powell, along with his team, Jeffrey, and all the guys who get the sport meet and the races them to flow so easily. Usually, when they go to sport, you have a lot of time pass between the um the races, but this time the student if you start with grade one, the male start, then the female is right side along, and the other classes, so it just flow smoothly. The biggest space you have is when you have the intermission, and that is expected. But once the race started, everything flows smoothly, and it's like every race is a record break. So I mean, the team at Negus Academy either they had lower, slower student then or like a faster student now. But let's see when the interplay become up, how they'll transition when it comes to other students. But Mr. Garden, greatly appreciate you coming the first time on the Everything Agriculture Show. Just want to welcome you. How you doing, sir?
Thank you. I'm doing quite well, thank you. I'm quite excited to be here with you.
Greatly appreciate it. I see there's a Marlene Pemberton. I get a little shook. I thought it was my wife. Yeah, you have next guest name? Is there a Marlene Pemberton there? Alan,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
No,
man.
it's just a
picture.
Marlene does listen to our show all the time. So she just
Oh,
saying good
okay.
night. Yeah, man.
All
People like
right.
greetings, you know. Yeah, man.
I got you. No problem.
Interactive.
All right. Nice. Beautiful. Welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yason, how you been? How the weekend was for you?
well, wonderful. Blessed. We've gotten some well needed rains, in a couple of days ago. I guess probably just prior to the full moon, and now it's I'm just getting set now for spring, doing some preparation to plant out some mustard green, some bok choy, and some um, colored greens. Those are some of the crops that would grow around this time. Just preparing for the other stuff. And looking forward to another interesting edition of Everything Agriculture, and especially with this new link up. And looking forward to be able to be more interactive and more widely listened. And I'm grateful for the opportunity and the time with Mr. Garden this evening on this topic, which well, the main topic will be at least the cannabis section, which is something that you are very much informed and involved in, especially not just in Jamaica, but regionally and internationally. And so I look forward to the discussions. And Alan is a young and upcoming lawyer, and so he's one of our minds that will probably seek to get into some more of the questionings, and so we look forward to a very interactive discussion.
Yes. Before we start, let me give out the telephone line. Anyone who wanna, and
Yes.
usually ask a question on Facebook. The landlines is 469-7953 and 669-7312. Or the overseas line is 1917-460-2187. Alan, what's going
What's
on
going
with
on?
you?
I'm well.
All right. Yes, son. You wanna start the ball rolling with Mr. Garden?
Well,
Yeah.
it's another edition of Everything Agriculture. Cannabis is the topic that it's one of the only programs in the region that deals with cannabis specifically, and so we choose the last Tuesday in every month to address this topic. St. Kitts and Nevis is, one of the latest islands in the region to would have jumped on the bandwagon in terms of cannabis. We know that you would have been very instrumental with Jamaica's development and also with the CARICOM movement. So in terms of and I think you would have been involved a bit instrumentally with St. Kitts and Nevis as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So um, one of the things that for me, I guess Alan would come with some other things that he would want to follow up on. But for me, one of the things that I see happening, which I really would love corrected, because I remember when you came with CARICOM, we had that discussion in regards to Rastafari and the way Rastafari was addressed in terms of addressing the cannabis issue. And we were, kind of cautioned to make sure that we don't fall into that category, or leave out as we are seeing in Jamaica. Now, I am seeing, and one of the reasons why I guess I'm bringing this, because I see one or two things that are happening in Jamaica. Recently, a Rastafari brethren was taken to court, um, based on the fact that the authorities went to his premises, met some cannabis that was already labeled as sacramental cannabis, but still
Mhm.
dragged him to the court. He was convicted. The last I heard was when there was a protest in terms of the day for the sentencing. But I really didn't get the follow up in regards to that. I probably would love to get your position in regards to that in Jamaica, and probably how, if you think, based on what you know about St. Kitts and Nevis, if we have sought to correct that, and what we can do to ensure that we don't have a similar scenario on St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yes, it's actually quite sad what has happened and unfortunately continues to happen in Jamaica. Jamaica is supposed to be one of the leading countries, culturally and otherwise, on this. But when we set up the Cannabis Licensing Authority in 2015, this, we had several Rastafarians representing different mansions or houses on the Cannabis Licensing Authority, and we spent a lot of time in discussions with them, both at the CLA meetings and separately. Because one of the things that was clear to us is that it can't make sense to decriminalize or legalize, regardless of the extent to which you legalize, if the people who have been historically wronged and persecuted for it are not able to benefit from whatever new format this cannabis culture post decriminalization takes. In Jamaica, it was clear. The intent, the policy, and the implementation of the policy over the period 2015, June, when I was chair of the Cannabis Licensing Authority, up until February, end of February 2016, when I demitted office, because, and the same happens in St. Kitts, I know government changed. The new government wanted who they perceive to be their people in. Although I must tell you, you see, I have on a green shirt, which is the color of the current government. Okay? I don't really get too highly involved in politics. What is good for Jamaica or good for St. Kitts and Nevis, of which I'm a national, just so that you know, I'm a national. My wife is from St. Kitts, and I acceded to the opportunity to get Kittitian and Nevisian nationality. So I just letting you know, right?
You're one of
I'm a
us.
resident. I'm one of you, and I'm also an OECS by virtue of that, an OECS citizen as well. So the policy was clear. So even though we didn't yet have certain regulations in place to enact the um, a lot some of the policies. By the time I demitted office in February, all of the regulations that have been promulgated in Jamaica since, except the export regulations, were drafted. Everything was ready. Um, what happened at the time is that and I can say this now, there was an understanding by the police. In fact, the police got a directive that nobody should be arrested, harassed, or otherwise discomfited because they had small amounts of cannabis, and certainly no Rastafari should ever be persecuted, prosecuted, or otherwise um, punished for following their sacramental right. So, and over that entire period, of course, the police honored this. There was no, there was no issue of people getting stopped and searched or anything. The government here came up with a system. The Ministry of Justice came up with a system of sanctioning Rastafari sanctioned events that allowed free consumption of cannabis and its use at these events and at these locations. Similar to what you have put into your your regulations there and your legislation as well. And we'll discuss that later on. So when what you're mentioning, Yason, where I mean I was shocked to hear that the police go to a location. This gentleman is a well-known Rastafarian elder that packages and distributes sacramental ganja to different mansions, houses, and other Rastafarian communities. This is not something that is unknown. They go in and then he's arrested and charged and convicted for something that the intent of our decriminalization was intended to address. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I have not read the details of the case, but it would seem to me that if you have indicated that Rastafarians have the freedom to practice and use their sacrament and should be protected in the purveying of their sacraments to other Rastafarians, how then can you go in with raid or otherwise this gentleman's property, arrest him, charge him, and convict him? The two things just don't go together. And so many Rastafarians in Jamaica are up in arms, and as I understand it, they are planning to protest on the day of his sentencing, which has not yet come, as far as I'm aware. So he has not yet been sentenced. There is a lobby on to address it, but it would seem to me that had the policy that was in place from 2015 continued, this would never have arisen because he would not have been arrested. His private sanctuary would not have been um, desecrated by police entering there, and his ability to do what he has been doing for decades. This is not a young man. He has been packaging, distributing cannabis, ganja to different Rastafarian communities for a long time. He's well known, and you would have seen the information in the media, in the press. It's published. So unfortunately, I suspect that this is going to cause quite a lot of issues domestically, and if he's given any kind of sentence that would be custodial, where they would actually put him in jail, or even a substantial fine, I suspect there are going to be real issues. I know that there are many Rastafarian lawyers and others who are lining up to deal with it if that arises.
So seemingly there is a disconnect between what probably would have been suggested by the administration and what is happening on the ground. And seemingly also that wasn't the only scenario, because I heard, for example, Mota Baruka spoke to another incident where a Rastafari brethren was stopped on the road this time. He was stopped physically heading from one destination
Hmm.
going to a Rastafari function. He was stopped, searched, found with cannabis. And when he told them that he is, he's a part of a sacrament and where he was heading and so on, it was said that, according to them, they said that, you know, that's not their business. They don't know anything about that. And it got to court, and I really
That's
don't know
correct.
what happened there. So part of my reasoning for this is seemingly, for questioning this, seemingly we're having a bit of issues where that is concerned on St. Kitts and Nevis, where we are not necessarily getting the information per se from the administration or those in authority, at least to make it clear enough for the public, unless we're going to have to get into a scenario where something like this happen and you have to test the court. And I don't think we should have to, if it's something that you do genuinely in the benefit of the people.
The good thing is, as you may know, I was involved in two phases with the whole process of setting up of the cannabis sector, or formalizing, because it was always there, cannabis sector in St. Kitts and Nevis. I was a consultant to the Cannabis Commission, or Marijuana Commission as it was called, on which uh, you were also instrumental in the consultations. Yes, and I think you sat on that commission that was chaired by Dr. Hazel Laws as well.
But I wasn't on the
So
commission, but I represented as a part of the Rastafari community.
right, yeah, and you remember the discussions that we had
Yes.
that were very instrumental in helping to shape my recommendation to the commission, and those recommendations were very clear about making sure the kind of thing that has happened in Jamaica could not happen in St. Kitts. And so the Marijuana Commission, and if you look at it, there's a whole section that says recommendations of the consultant, and it dealt with decriminalization, it dealt with reparatory justice, it dealt with ensuring that no um, body who is Rastafarian or is a traditional user is ever prosecuted or persecuted. It dealt with expungement. There were other lawyers who sat on the commission who dealt with the legal aspect of expungement. But my focus was on the philosophical underpinnings as to how it should work. And I gave those recommendations to the Marijuana Commission. Subsequently, I was asked to also advised what was called the Core Cannabis Implementation Committee that was led by Dr. Wycliffe Beard, who is a citizen of the Federation, but who resides in Canada as well. So he was coming back and forth and working when Prime Minister, I think he worked under the last administration, but the good thing is there was continuity. So the recommendations that were made to the Marijuana Commission were concretized under the Cannabis Core Implementation Committee. And these guided the drafting of the laws. And everybody should be aware that St. Kitts has some of the, I would call them, most state of the art laws about cannabis, in not just in the OECS or in CARICOM, but I would say in the entire world, as regards the rights of Rastafarians and other users of sacrament. It is it has been enshrined by the ruling that you're also very familiar with, Sankofa versus the commissioner, um, where it, it is established jurisprudence that you have the right to use cannabis. Not just Rastafarians, but anybody has the right to use cannabis in the Federation in the privacy of their own homes or any space so designated, as long as it's not in breach of any of the laws governing smoking. So these and others were parts of the recommendations that went in and that have guided the series of laws that have put St. Kitts, to my mind, and Nevis at the forefront of of well thought out laws governing cannabis culture in any country.
Okay. No, 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 Alan. I think you need to unmute your mic, Alan.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Mr. Gordon, thank you for all of that information. But I would like to ask a question.
Sure.
Seeing as the laws have been so well thought out, do you have any thoughts on why it has taken so long to implement every aspect of the legislation regarding the medical cannabis aspect? Because I think up to
Okay.
now, I think the last update we got was that they had constituted, well, I can't even say constituted a board. I think a chairman was named, but I cannot
Hold one second.
recall.
Hold 1 second, Alan. Alan,
Mhm.
hold 1 second. Hold it thought. Banky,
Yes.
the folks online are saying that they're not hearing the volume is too low. So I don't know if you could make some adjustments there. But yes, continue now, Alan.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I was just asking if he had any thoughts as to why the legislation as far as the medical part has taken so long. Up to now, as I said, we only have the chairman, and the case he was speaking about was in the 20 teens. Now we head into the 2030s, and up to now we can't get anything concrete, and nobody could go about. So there is a gap for me in between well thought out laws, stuff that you put on paper conceptually, but the execution seemed to be lacking.
Okay. So let me give you um, so I've been involved with Jamaica and setting up their system. I have also been involved with the setting up of the cannabis industry in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who you would know is another a major producer country. So Jamaica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are producer countries. Most of the other countries may have some domestic production, but they're not large scale producers and they don't export, whether, legally or licitly or illicitly. So just to give you an indication of timeline. So let me answer your question directly first. Most of the laws to which I mentioned were passed in 2022. Sorry, not 2020, some in 2022, and most of them just mid-year last year, 2023, right? Having passed the laws, as you know, I understand you're a lawyer. In order to enact the laws, you need regulation. And the regulations are really the heart of what allows implementation. Um, so what would happen is the laws were passed. I think uh, you all are fortunate, in my opinion, to have Dr. Garfield Alexander, who is a medical doctor as well, as the CEO of your cannabis licensing authority. And what they've been trying to do, as I understand it, is constitute a representational set of people who would be on the board and also serve in other capacities to help to make sure that instead of rushing into creating something that you then regret. I mean, Yason spoke about what happened in Jamaica. And I want to go back and talk about why that has happened. And I'll probably be blunt about why that has happened. You want to make sure you have significant consultations with the persons who are intended to benefit or be a part of it, and structure what it is you are doing in a manner that is going to be long-term beneficial. There are several countries, and if you read about what is happening, there are many countries in Africa and elsewhere that have gone down the road. They've set up sectors. They've done a lot of things, a lot of promotion, And essentially what has happened is that the sectors in a lot of these countries has either stalled, collapsed, or has not lived up to the billing. I don't think St. Kitts and Nevis wants to make the same mistake. I think it is important that you have the discussions and you make sure that when the regulations which give life to the laws are enacted, that you don't have the kind of situation like Yasser mentioned where a Rastafarian can end up being arrested and charged and convicted for something that the law gives them protection for, right? As has happened in Jamaica. The laws give them that right. As far as I'm aware, there are no specific regulations governing sacramental cannabis in Jamaica unless something recently has been passed. And so because of that, you have this confusion. As I indicated initially, there was a tacit understanding between the policymakers, that is the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of National Security in Jamaica, as to how the policing of any illicit drug industry was going to be done. And that would not involve persecution, arrest, or otherwise of Rastafarians. That was the situation up until I demitted up. I wasn't responsible for that. That was the doing of both ministers of justice and minister of national security. Subsequent to that, the new administration did not avail themselves. They didn't ask, and quite frankly, I was unable to explain to them what the thinking was behind what we had put in place. And so, just to give you an indication of timeline, February 2016, all the regulations were drafted. Human resources structure, everything was set up when I demitted office. It took until October 2017 before the first regulation was enacted. So more than almost 18 months. No, that is too long. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the timeline was shorter, but typically post passing legislation, it can take 6 to 12 to 14 months for the regulations to be enacted. So I agree with you that maybe it maybe felt like things could move faster, but sometimes you want to make sure that you have proper consultations, you have the full buy-in before you start promulgating regulations that you may then find the implementation of them being problematic. So, I mean, I understand the impatience of the persons in the Federation. Some of it may be justified, but I would say, from my perspective, that things are not taking too long. I'm not there on the ground, so I don't know what's happening on the ground, but my understanding is that there are careful consultations taking place to make sure that the problems that would have happened in other jurisdictions don't happen in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Nice. Doc,
I hope I've answered you.
beautiful. I understand from your perspective, but I know in Jamaica also there was some importation from a Canadian company that imported some cannabis. I'm trying to
Yes.
understand Jamaica and to the Caribbean and other islands are very experienced when it comes to the growing of cannabis, but the standard have been set by outside colonial enterprises. Okay, everything is business. So what standard would they set that we have to follow, where we can't set our own standard? Because I don't understand why we always going down this road where somebody have to set a standard for us. Why they have to go in this type of medium and you can't use your beautiful natural given soil with all that microbes and mycorrhizas and give that natural flavor and that rainfall and that mountain dew in and stuff like why others have to set standard for us? Because I'm dealing with things in one. I tap into my ancestors, which we all are. And then why would you have to import if Jamaica have so much good growers? Why do they can't get the same cannabis from these growers? Or you have to import? And this is just a trade where it's a trick. They just want to set up shop and then import their herb from where they're growing it, and just as usual, harness our resources, our light, our workers, our water we can use on natural resources. So I'm the one who believe in the benefits of our people. We at on the sort of my voice. We can do the work ourselves, and we should keep this thing niche and make sure our people themselves benefit. Also, what's happening now is the new colonial way. You know, investors. That is what it is. I would like to. Can you explain why they have to? The government allow them to bring in import stuff just how you would go and charge a guy money when you know the guy is well respected, well known, and the police gonna say, "Oh, me know nothing about that." That don't make no sense. My mind run
Yeah.
funny, you know. If I can't comprehend certain things, it just don't make no sense. It's like it's
Yeah.
intentional. So
Yes.
I'm your feedback on that for the importation of the cannabis that happened
Yeah.
with this Canadian company. It seems like it might happen here too. Anyway,
So
in anywhere else, St. Vincent or any other place that this is going on, Antigua, whatever it. Yes.
you're right, and that is one of the reasons why it is important that you have discussions with the stakeholders and you make sure that your regulations and others and the rest of the infrastructure that you're setting up does not allow things to happen um, that you don't want to happen. So what happened is when we set up the Cannabis Licensing Authority, you were prohibited. You could not import anything. The objective was that the industry would be built from um, domestic cultivars, domestic land races, and domestic knowledge, right? That was what we intended. So much so that in our legislation and the regulations, the beneficial owner of any cannabis entity had to be a Jamaican. A Jamaican had to own majority shares in any entity. Nobody from so what happened is a lot of investors that came in had a problem. They were lobbying government. I mean, not they lobbied the previous government. That is some no many years ago, 8 years ago or whatever it was, and they lobbied the current government because they wanted to come in and set up things and operate and do things like import under the regulations that were set up. That was not allowed. And the intention was that we would work from our own seeds, our own cultivars, our own land races. The importation was extremely embarrassing for the government. It created a lot of issues here. Um, Apparently, some bureaucrat in the authority approved importation uh, in theory for research or other purposes, but it turns out that what was imported was way more than what would be used for research. Um, and it created quite a stink here. Rastafarians and many others were very upset. But this is what happens when you don't have clarity. This is what happens when you don't have a philosophical framework around which you're going to structure your cannabis culture and your cannabis sector. And that is why the questions you have asked and the questions others asked and the way the industry operates has proven to be so problematic in Jamaica because there is no philosophical underpinning of what it is they're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. I believe this is the difference in St. Vincent and the Grenadines because they understood this because of course they had the benefit of our experience and some of us were consultants and advised them. But more than them, St. Kitts and Nevis has the benefit of detailed assessment, detailed discussion. I have to tell you that the work that was done by the Marijuana Commission in St. Kitts and Nevis was extremely professional and extremely thorough. There was a very wide representation of persons who, from the clergy, persons who were growers. I mean, just a very wide representation, and these persons were allowed to have significant input in the final outcomes. If you take the time to read the position paper, you will see that even people who were against what eventually ended up in law were allowed to express that. So again, my brother, these things happen when you don't take the time, don't have the discussions to ensure that everybody is more or less on the same page and that your regulations support what you're trying to accomplish, and that you have guiding philosophies that say this can happen, this can't happen. Because if you don't have that, and that is not put into legislation and it's not supported by regulations, then you're going to have the problems like we have had in.
The next question, and then one then guys can come in. How do you see the future of the cannabis industry throughout the Caribbean and beyond? What would what would be the perfect model you'd like to see?
So I think the model is going to vary from country to
Hmm.
country. I would like to see all of the countries basically adopt the kind of legislation to a large extent that you have enacted in St. Kitts. I know Antigua has their own, St. Vincent has their own, and they have good legislative underpinnings for their industry. However, St. Kitts has gone further. And so I believe there's an opportunity based on discussions for there to be some adjustment to the legislative framework in other territories so that we have some more uniformity and more protection of Rastafari and of traditional growers and traditional users across the Caribbean, as a first cut, that we have reparatory justice so that all those people, I sorry to sidetrack, I remember in discussions with the Rastafarian community in St. Kitts, one of the things that stuck with me was when somebody told me, listen, I was a young man, I was about 23 years old. Hello?
Yeah, you go ahead. But your
Yeah,
camera
we
twitched
hearing
back.
you. We hearing you.
Hearing you clearly. Yeah, nice. Good.
Okay, I'm
Perfect.
sorry, just give me 1 second. You're
No
hearing
problem.
me clearly.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm not hearing you so clearly. Just give me a second. I will make sure that I am hearing you as clearly as you're hearing me. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. That's fine. Can you hear
And in the
us?
meantime, I see Ira have a question here on the.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm back with you. I'm back with you. I'm
Beautiful.
hearing you clearly now. So
Okay, nice.
I was saying, yes, I was saying, I had a discussion, and this young man, well, no younger young man, a Rastafarian, was telling me, listen, when I was 23, 24 years old, I got an opportunity to go to Canada. I
Hmm.
don't know if you remember this, Yaston, or if you were there or not. He got an opportunity to go to Canada, and this would transform the trajectory because he was the first person getting this opportunity. He was planning to go to Canada, work, make some money, and help his family back home, as so many Kittitians and Nevisians have done. When he went to the embassy in Barbados, at the time he used to have to go to Barbados to get a US visa. They refused him a US visa. Why? Because he had a previous conviction for being found with small quantities of ganja, marijuana. So he was refused a visa and he never got a chance to go. That stuck with me because what it meant was that instead of getting the opportunity to follow his dreams and perhaps transform the future trajectory of his family, that opportunity was taken away from him. And he's just one of many that suffered the
Yes.
same fate, one of many that were brutalized by the police or thrown in jail or otherwise. And so, one of the things that I would like to see be written into more of the legislation across the region is to build reparations, reparatory justice into the legislative framework. So,
Rastafari.
because you cannot say what would have happened if these persons weren't persecuted, if they didn't lose opportunities just because they had some cannabis or they were smokers. So there has to be a mechanism, and St. Kitts has put this in, where for generations to come, if things are implemented properly, many Rastafarians and other traditional users and growers have an opportunity to better the lives of their family from a structure that is put in place that will help to facilitate that. So that is one of the things definitely I'd like to see. In terms of the model overall, it's going to vary, as I'm saying, because there are some countries that have significant tourism possibilities. There are some countries where the culture uses cannabis very heavily for medicinal purposes, for treatment, for food, for health. And so maybe those countries may set up a sector that is more oriented towards health and wellness. You know, there are others where they're like St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where they grow substantial quantities, where maybe exports are a possibility. My feeling, though, is that the best opportunity for us in the Caribbean is for people to come into our countries and experience our cannabis culture in our countries. In that way, we get more of the benefit domestically, and we are able to ensure that more of the benefits spread throughout the country. But there are specific ways to make that happen. And then there are other ways where you can set it up and it doesn't work too well. But long term, I think that is one of the ways you can ensure that countries benefit throughout the region. And that's what I'd like to see happen.
Yes, son. I'm just gonna say one thing, and then I'm gonna leave it to you. Um, I see the dark, invisible locks touching the ground, because it's people like that we need here to represent. You know what I mean? Throughout the whole Caribbean, who is genuine, and this is what we need: genuine people. I can see the locks touching the ground, and this is when you're gonna.
Believe me, I would have locks if I had here.
No, I see it. I can see it. I can see it. It's the consciousness from the ancestors speaking and just listening to you. But why can't we have people like this representing us? It's people like you should be politicians who genuinely mean well for helping the people, and that's just the reality about it. But I mean, I just had to put that in there. There was a question there for you, Doc, from a young person wanted to know what is the
Yeah.
potential benefit of the cannabis industry, especially for young people who want to get involved in the cannabis grow.
All right. So, we are very fortunate in the Caribbean and in St. Kitts and Nevis, the Medicinal Cannabis Authority has already engaged several persons and has relationships with several persons who themselves have significant knowledge. Now, a lot of people grow ganja, weed, the herb, if you want to call it. But some
Yes.
of the cultural practices are not the best, so you don't produce the best quality. You end up, for example, if you're going to grow commercially, you want to make sure you produce females. You don't want to produce males. You don't want to produce hermaphrodite plants. You need knowledge, you need training, you need to learn. So if a young person is looking to get into this industry, they need to take the time and learn. They can talk to the people at the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, Dr. Garfield Alexander and his team. They will put them in touch with people who can probably share some knowledge. I suspect they have plans to do significant industry development training and that kind of thing. If you understand the herb that you are dealing with, you understand the differences between different cultivars, between land races that may be indigenous to St. Kitts Nevis and others that you may bring in and crossbreed. you have opportunities to produce a kind of products that people will find of high value, whether for medicinal purposes or for recreational use or just to treat personal anxiety, just to calm you, whatever the purpose you wish to put it to. They need to learn the science because there's a lot of science behind the industry. They need to learn the agriculture behind the industry, and then they need to understand the business behind what they're trying to do. But there are tremendous opportunities if it's set up properly. And so I would encourage the young people who are interested to talk to the Medicinal Cannabis Authority there and to talk to people like Yason and others who have been around who know the things so they can get knowledge. Knowledge is the most critical thing. Knowledge is power.
Doc, for those who just tuning in, can you give them your background from your expertise in the Jamaican Commission?
Okay. So,
Yes.
for those just tuning in, I'm Dr. Andre Gordon. I am the founding chairman of the Cannabis Licensing Authority in Jamaica, which we set up in 2015, at which time it was Jamaica was the first country in the Caribbean to go this route, and only the second country behind Uruguay to actually formalize a process to decriminalize cannabis. Subsequent to that, we at my company TSL, we ran the only accredited cannabis lab in the Caribbean, accredited to test cannabis. We also have also been involved in helping to set up the industry and train the farmers, train the technical staff in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also provide advice to two commissions in St. Kitts that were charged with helping to structure the legislation, helping to structure the sector and get the cannabis industry up and running, which the Medicinal Cannabis Authority there has, to my mind, done a fantastic job of trying to move forward subsequently. That's kind of what
Beautiful,
my
Doc.
background is. Mhm.
No, that's beautiful. It means that the Everything Agriculture Show and Real Entertainment dealing with the best and the best only. So they're getting 100% expertise, knowledge, nothing to question. Yaston, Alan, any question for the doc?
Well,
We really. Oh
before
God.
Alan jump in, right? I just wanted to um, piggyback on your comment there. You know that I am grateful that it's a person who don't have locks like me and you who spoke to the need
Yeah, sorry.
for
Back up. If you have
reparative
locks, it's
justice.
invisible
No,
locks.
no, 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 no. He did say that. You see them physically on the head, but I'm
Of
saying
course.
I am
Yeah,
glad
man. I got you.
that
Yes.
yeah, man, I'm glad that it's who speaks to that
Of
because
course.
sometimes they would think it's a bias coming from Rastafari.
Yes.
Um, that is very very critical, and I am glad that St. Kitts and Nevis has made some moves in that regards. I think there was actually some attempt to um, I think remove from the criminal records for some persons who for a limit. Well, I think the years should have been a bit more. I think they should have taken it back further, but I guess it's baby steps, right? I guess we should be thankful. But so things like that demonstrates at least that they see the need and they're actually making some effort. I guess we would need to agitate more and be more involved and actually be more engaged. What I'm looking for personally is for to hear more from those who are in authority, because what you are doing and what you are presenting here is what we are seeking from them. And I don't know if maybe because to some extent maybe they're not knowledgeable and they do not want to necessarily appear that way because politicians love to make sure they feel like they know everything. Why they are shunning away from coming to speak to the issues, this issue per se. And so, I give thanks that you have, stepped up and would give that level of clarity to the public, the listening public. Alan?
Well, I can't give I can't give Dr. Garden any more accolades. I was really gonna say that he skipped
Beautiful.
out some of
Beautiful.
it because I read his biography and trust me, he left out a lot of things that he has accomplished. So the, I just to speak to the man,
Yes,
you know how the people that normally say I'm honored. This
of
is one
course.
of the times when I could really eh, give respect to
And
the
you're a
man.
hard
For
marker.
real.
You're a very hard marker. So if you lack for words, then I can see that
Banky, you know, Banky,
you don't lack for words.
I read upon the gentleman because you know I like to be ready.
Of course, of course,
Um,
of course.
Doctor, I would like to point out a couple things, but and then I'm gonna move on. Um,
So
the
if I can
SR,
just cut you, if I
oh,
sorry,
go
if I
ahead.
can just cut you before you do, just briefly, gentlemen, I am the man, the person who is honored. It is for me. This has
Yes,
been the highlight of my year so far to share this time with you, and I'm truly
beautiful.
honored that you find what I have to share of some interest and value.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Sorry,
We
Alan,
appreciate the
please
work
go ahead.
you're doing, man.
So, Doctor, I wanted to point out to you, the SRO appointing parts 1 and 2 of the Cannabis Act
Hmm.
were last done in April. They were gazetted April the 29th of 2021.
Hmm.
And there are, I think, maybe about 6 more parts of the acts to go.
Hmm.
Section 60 does say that it gives the minister the power to make regulations. And
Hmm.
I am appreciative and I understand all of these things. But I would still say this became active in 2021. And up until now, I just got the chairman the other day. One thing I will say, and I know that maybe you are more familiar with the guys on Syncits, but this is a Nevis based show, and
Yes, sure.
one of the issues as well is Syncits has to come over and communicate with Nevis. Especially we
Absolutely.
have a leader who he is not necessarily enthusiastic, but even
Oh,
if
really?
he's not enthusiastic, you got to understand that there are stakeholders on the ground. Banky is there.
Hmm.
And there are still other ways to build a coalition, and there are still people interested. So the symposiums and them type of things are
Yes,
important. The question that I would have for you, because I saw that you started the first private lab in Jamaica.
yes.
So I would want to know about infrastructure. What is the underlying infrastructure that would be necessary to support an industry? Should we look into these type of things? Is it not necessary? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, let me just say one thing before that. And again, I don't know if any of you were a part of it, but I think it may have been 3 weeks ago. I can't remember. I was part of a symposium that the Medicinal Cannabis Authority of St. Kitts and Nevis had on cannabis, which was it was the first of its kind, in person and virtual, and it was very, very, very enlightening for me even. So I know that they're doing several outreach things, trying to uh, expand awareness. So before I talk to the lab, one of the things I'll tell you is I know that having had the Medicinal Cannabis Commission report, some time was lost, probably about almost a year, 8, 9 months before the next committee was set up. And that committee took about 6 months. So now we're talking from about 2020. Well, with COVID, everything stopped up to about
Uh,
2021. Don't
and we
forget
had an
that.
election as
With
well.
COVID,
We had an election as
and
well.
you had an election as well.
Yes.
So, but the recommendations of the Cannabis Core Implementation Committee allowed, I think it was the previous Prime Minister to at least introduce. I think the Attorney introduce some of the legislation in Parliament, just the initial pieces. So post-election was when I think most of the legislative changes came about. And so that would have led to some of the delays that you have seen. But you have every right, as does everybody, to sort of insist that things move a lot faster. But at the same time, I think this kind of discussion provides an opportunity for the Medicinal Cannabis Authority and the minister with responsibility to reach out to you all in Nevis. And you're making the point. One of the things is people have to realize it's St. Kitts and Nevis. It's one federation. And so, you know, there needs to be discussion with the stakeholders, I agree, on the ground in Nevis, just as there are discussion with the stakeholders on the ground in St. Kitts, so that you have one national industry and you leverage the knowledge and the benefits of both persons from whichever of the the Twin Island Federation they come. With regards to the lab, regardless of the nature of what your industry or sector is going to look like, quality assurance is going to be critical. So you need to have the capacity. If you are saying that this particular strain or this particular tincture or oil or just straight herb as is 25% THC and 10% CBD and 5% cannabidiol or whatever, or it has a certain amount of terpenes of a certain kind. You can't say that unless you can measure it.
Prove it. Unless you can prove
And
it,
it is
yes.
the not unless you can prove it. And it is a natural component that, you know, that God has been so kind in giving us in this fantastic plant that produces so many different mixtures, some of which are good for certain kinds of medical conditions, certain kind of other conditions, or just our general wellness. We have an endocannabinoid system that is made to take the natural constituency cannabinoids from, you know, ganja. They are made to receive it, to enhance our wellness. But at the same time, if some of the constituents are the levels are too high, you can get some negative effects. So you have to, my friend, be able to have the technical capacity to measure the components that are there. And so you will need laboratory support. In St. Vincent and the Grenadine, they have a lab, I think it's called Gold Standard, that was brought in by an American company. I did the actual technical design for what the lab should look like. They changed it a little bit when they built the lab, and they brought in a lot of equipment, but you need to be careful because if you don't have a vibrant sector, the cost of setting up such a venture and running it it's not going to be sustainable. You need to have a sector depending on the business model that you use that can support the laboratory and make it viable. You need technical people who are well trained, who are competent, and who are in a learning mode because things change fast. So they have to continually be learning and sharing that learning with everybody that's benefiting from their services. But definitely you will need the technical support if you're going to establish any kind of sector that visitors will come in and benefit from, or that you're going to, you know, sell the products to other people, whether domestically or through export. You will need that.
And also one more question, Doc. What's
Mhm.
going on in the cannabis industry, especially in the US and other places, is that over the years you realize one of the main problem, because as an agronomist, I work in the agricultural sector and stuff like that, and safety is very my main concern at all times.
Yeah,
Safety, 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 safety. Okay.
yes,
A matter of fact, I just had to walk up on a job today and quit because of safety concern. Their harvest interval when they use certain type of chemicals, and if you're not going to wait till the harvest interval passed, I'm going to harvest these crops. Is a zero tolerance for me. Money is the
yeah,
least, but for some people, money is everything. They don't care. They're going to harvest and wash them off. I don't compromise safety over
yes.
nothing else. Okay, right now there's a question. There are a lot of fake cannabis outside there, and there are also a lot of stuff being sprayed on cannabis, and it's coming throughout the Caribbean and reaching our shores and all these things and stuff like that. What
Mhm.
is what is the potential health risk associated with this PGR cannabis, and how can we safeguard the Caribbean region from any adverse effect to the general public when it comes to public health? This was one of our next question by um, one of our, our partners here, Ira.
Yes. So, this ties back to the question that was asked previously. Um,
Yes.
our testing of cannabis, even just cannabis grown locally in Jamaica and some imported strains that were being used for propagation. One of the things that you saw was sometimes high mold growth. And this is normal. When you're drying it after you've harvested the buds and some of the leaves and you're drying it, if the drying process isn't managed well, you do get some of it
Mold.
getting moldy. And the
Of course,
molds,
exactly.
some of them produce toxin. So one of the
Mm-hmm.
things you want to make sure of is that you minimize the amount of mold. You have to be able to measure it. And then one of the other things we saw is the pesticides, because some people, when they start getting pest infections, instead of using natural things, whether neem oil or some of the other things, they start trying to use some kind of pesticides and hope that by the time the
Mm-hmm.
buds are fit, are at the
Yes.
right size, then the pesticide would have gone. You mentioned post-harvest interval. Well, that's not
Mm-hmm.
always the case. So you have to check for pesticides and make sure you're
Yes.
excluding those. You have to check for mold and aflatoxin. And then there are some microorganisms like Salmonella, E. coli,
Mm-hmm.
that have been found in high quantities. In fact, they did a study in California, if I remember, and I think it was something like over 40%. I don't remember the exact percentage of the
Wow.
cannabis being sold at retail was contaminated, right? And one of the reasons for that is because even though they had the regulations and so on, there wasn't sufficient testing and monitoring, and the persons producing and selling the cannabis did not self-monitor. They didn't understand or they didn't feel it was necessary to protect their consumers from any bad practices they may have. So if you smoke or you vape or whether you do it by chalice or whatever, you are taking in chemicals that may be present on, and that's not what you expect. So it's very
Yeah.
important that that is managed, and particularly for those being imported, you don't want that coming in, and you don't want it being on the ones produced domestically either.
Alan, Mike.
Unmute your mic, Allah.
Yeah, sorry about that. The next question I had was I see the DAC was instrumental in bringing a number of products to the market.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to ask with regards to cannabis, but on a wider scale, what are the different products that cannabis can produce? And in general, because for instance, I just hear people talking about mango
Mm-hmm.
Mhm,
and things that we could do with our mango and these type of things. What's
mhm.
the process like when you're assessing the different type of things you could do with a product? You could start with cannabis and then you could go broader.
Right, right. So typically, even though I'm a scientist by training, uh, after years of working with the industry, what I've learned is when you're looking at doing any kind of product development or looking at the products that you want to offer, you have to start with the market. So the first thing you do is identify what are the needs on the market that are either not being met, unmet needs, or that people have but don't know quite how to express it. But you can see it. So for example, when some people buy an expensive watch, they're not buying the watch to tell time, They're buying the watch so people can see that they have an expensive watch. Is really to show off and to say, boy, I am here, me big. me have a Rolex for my hand. Seriously. So don't think
Mr.
them buying the
Garden,
watch to tell
Mr.
the
Garden,
time.
I do not appreciate what you're doing to my premiere. I don't appreciate what you're doing to my premiere. I don't appreciate
You
what you're
call
doing
him
to
I
my
name, you
don't
know.
know
premiere.
that.
You choose to call him.
I
Nobody call him
don't
the
know.
name. Alan, you call him.
I don't
Nobody
know what
call him
you
the
all
name.
talking about.
No,
Anybody
I don't
call
know
him
what
name
you all
Alan?
talking
no,
about.
I
He
didn't
didn't
call
call him
name
name
either.
Alan.
I called the title. I referred
You
to
call
a
it
title
title.
of a
Well,
gentleman.
only one.
Yes. Remember,
That's
it's
a
the
light moment.
office
Well,
of the premier. And anybody could be the premier.
I'm
You know what I'm saying?
entirely accidental. I don't know anything
Yeah,
about that. I
I'm
just an
telling you.
example.
That's a good one. That's a
so,
good one.
so,
That's a good one.
so essentially, the unmet need when people buy brand name and that kind of thing is to increase their status so that people
Hmm.
think more highly of them. So if that is the need, then that is what you should target, not the product itself. But no, you need a brand. Similarly, if you're talking about cannabis, somebody may have heard that a particular type of cannabis. I don't know if you ever heard of Charlotte's Web, which is a
Hmm.
Mhm.
particular strain that was developed that they've shown has a lot of potency and treats certain types of
Illnesses.
illnesses, particularly seizures and so on, very well. Similarly, if you anybody domestically had certain strains that they have seen that kind of benefit from, then they would want to promote that particular strain, but you can't just call it anything. You have to give it a kind of a name that can have some kind of currency. So in terms of product development, you want to start with the market, you want to develop, good branding or good positioning, and then the technical side that you mentioned, Alan. What do I have in this particular product? What are the constituents? And then you want to be able to explain what those constituents do. So why it is beneficial, and then why the combination that you are offering in your particular products will be beneficial. And that in a nutshell is really whatever it is you're doing in the cannabis industry. If you're going to use cannabis oils for massage, for example, how do they work? How do they impact the muscles? Do they cause relaxation? So there's a whole range of information and services that can come around the industry that can help increase the value of what it is you're offering. And for any product, I mean, we've done, I don't know, 85, 90 commercial products that are being sold all over the world. A lot of them, they told us what they want and we developed it. But along the way, we had to help them change what they were targeting because when we did the measurements, what they wanted couldn't be delivered by what they asked. So we start by working back from what you want to deliver and work back to the product that we deliver along the way. Once you take that approach and you understand your market, you understand, for example, their needs and desires, so you can target them properly. And I don't mean target in a bad way. I mean deliver to them what they need so that they're happy and satisfied. They will remain a customer for an extended period of time, if not their entire life. So that is really the heart of what product development is. The technical side of it requires, scientific knowledge. It requires production knowledge. It requires knowledge of the distribution. How do I distribute it? And it requires knowledge of marketing. All of those things come together to make for a successful product that you offer to market.
Yes, son.
Um,
Yeah, well, I am glad that the conversation went along that line as well, because I think one of the issues as well I keep pointing out throughout the debates and discussions where cannabis is concerned, there's seemingly always that um, position where mainly persons just limit the debate and the discussion surrounding the smoking of cannabis. And from the introduction of that aspect in terms of product development, lab testing, and all of that, which will be critical for product development, it puts another light on agriculture, sorry, on cannabis on a whole, which can help others have a different perspective as well. The fact that the government and St. Kitts and Nevis, and seemingly throughout the region, I'm realizing that most of them have already put cannabis under the category of agriculture. So then it is more deemed now as a crop, or dealt with as a crop. Then likewise, people will be able to have the notion and the mindset that, okay, just how I could take a mango and create other products from it, I can also take cannabis and make other products from it. So it would need that level of education for people to start a re-education of the mind, for people to have a different concept, a different mindset, look at cannabis from the other perspectives, like the nutritional aspect. Um, some people are so ignorant to cannabis in itself, not are using cannabis right now and don't even realize it's cannabis they're using. In the sense that hemp, for example, is a strain of cannabis, and many people
Mhm.
at this point do purchase hemp products and not
Mhm.
necessarily recognizing that it is cannabis that they're using. Um, and so when you look at that, you find there's the nutritional side of it, where hemp seeds is one of the highest alternative protein sources if you're a vegan or
Mhm.
italist and you're looking to maintain your protein source. um, it is one of the few plant sources of omega-3 oils, um, that you can get for the body, in terms of, instead, if you don't want to use fish oil, that's one of the
Mhm.
plant sources that you can get it from. So you have that side of it. Then you have the textile industry, where you can get into the clothes making, the shoes, the bags, the rope. You have the issue where we are looking at removing the plastic from our environment. Hemp and cannabis also can provide alternative biodegradable plastics, which can be a part of the solution. So, with these kinds of discussions and debates and so on, this is sometimes what I hope and I anticipate that we could have, so that even those who are thinking of, who are still on the border of, boy, I'm not sure if I should even consider getting into this industry, because being into the smoking thing, and so a lot of people still have that concept. Whereas
Mhm.
with more discussion and more open dialogue, on things like this, people would begin to see some of these other avenues, and we can then, from with a national perspective, or individuals approaching, whether it's the government or other financial institutions, to chart along these paths, and we can see how we could even infuse it more with the tourism product. I think it is at a point right now where we can use it to bridge that marriage between agriculture and tourism, and put agriculture at a point
Yeah.
where it can, if not equal in terms of revenue generation, even surpass tourism in terms of revenue generation, if thought of and dealt with, properly. But I think a lot of the things still, would need a little bit more open engagement, and helping to re-educate the masses. A lot would need to be done in terms of the re-engineering of the mind or the brain, in terms of taking these concepts to that level.
Very much so. I agree entirely with everything that you have said. There are lots of opportunities for lots of different products. You have highlighted several of them. Um, and these can come from the same cannabis plant because, as you rightly pointed out, hemp is cannabis. What we call ganja, marijuana, is cannabis. It's the same plant, it's just different strains with different levels of THC present in the plant. So there are lots of opportunity from the one plant to get multiple streams of product depending on how you structure your sector.
So you think based on what you're seeing happening in the region right now, um, you know, I, it's a long way, and I think um, some of the things you highlighted about what you intended when you began the process in Jamaica, especially when you talk about um, not allowing the importation. Uh, what do you think it's too late to even try to curtail that or go back to get into that position?
So, we are also very blessed in the region that a regional person, Dr. Machel Emmanuel, who is based at University of the West Indies in Mona here in Jamaica, is one of the
Yes.
foremost specialists in the world on cannabis and natural cannabis land races. He has done a lot of work on the original cannabis land races that we had here in Jamaica and several other places. In fact, he was instrumental in providing St. Vincent and the Grenadine with new planting material after the volcanic eruption. So we have people who can help us with these things. Yes, a lot of what is now being grown and sold in the region is from imported cultivars, imported strains, and so on. However, we do believe that there's an opportunity to identify and characterize genetically, chemically, so you can get what you call a chemovar. You know exactly what's in the product, um, so that we can identify those things that are indigenous to our to our countries. What, for example, the brethren been growing for years in St. Kitts and Nevis, or in St. Vincent or wherever, and we can differentiate these from those that are imported. And once we can start characterizing what the differences is, what the benefits are, you may find that you can create a two-tiered market. Because to be honest with you, the purple kush that they're growing, let's say in Barbados or St. Vincent or Antigua, is the same purple
Hmm.
kush that's being grown in California and everywhere about the place. So, okay,
Of
maybe
course.
the soil and environment might make a difference, but it's still
Yes.
purple kush,
Yes.
as against a cultivar that is unique only to that place. And so I
Hmm.
would not, one of the reasons we didn't want to allow importation is because we wanted, to be blunt, to force our industry to invest the time and effort in developing their own genetics, their own
Beautiful.
strain, that would then become the dominant supply
Hmm.
for our market. Of course, unfortunately, that didn't happen. And it didn't happen again. And this is why maybe I'll get hammered for this. It is important that the people who are guiding your industry have certain philosophical underpinnings, have certain beliefs as to what they want, and that must coincide with what people like you want, Yason and Alan, and a lot of the listeners. That protects and builds on what are your strengths, right? Once that is the case, then as things develop, then the people of the federation will benefit long term. If there's somebody there who has a strain that nobody know about, but this thing really is exceptional, that person will have an opportunity to develop it. And from my understanding, these are the kinds of things that the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, Dr. Alexander and his team are looking at or want to do. These things take time. They are not easy. Because as you would be aware, there are lots of other people saying, why you want to go that route? Man, just make we import whatever we can get from wherever. Them have it already. They have done the work. So there is a discussion that has to take place, and you have to kind of decide where you want to go, because that will guide what you allow and what you don't allow.
I am happy you responded in that way, because based on what I am seeing going on in the industry, I I would love to hear from, especially you being a product developer, and based on your marketing comment a while ago, if you were to be the person right now who market and distribute the cannabis product of the region, or even if you want, I guess you might say the region as it has different. Let's
Mhm.
limit it to St. Kitts and Nevis then. If you were to say you're the marketing, the product market, how would you recommend marketing the cannabis product from St.
Okay.
Kitts and Nevis,
So,
overall product?
so one of what it and I hope Alan won't take won't disagree with me. But so one of the things I can tell you is that it would take time, because one of the first things I would do is try to make sure we understand what we have. What we have there in St. Kitts and Nevis that is traditional, that has been grown for a while, what is from imported strains, where they came from. We'd have to characterize it so we know exactly what it is we're offering. And we'd have to have some discussions to determine, what do we want the sector to look like? What kind of products and services do we want to offer? And it may seem like too much time is going, but believe me, if you take 6, 8 months, a year to have all of that, get it right, and develop an implementation plan. Gentlemen, I've spent the last 27 years, no longer than that. I won't tell you how long, because that will explain why my locks drop off long time ago. But
I love that, Doc. I love that. I love that.
I, you know, one of the things I've learned over time is that there is a statement in one of my favorite places in St. Kitts. I have some favorite spots in Nevis, but I'm going to, and I'm not
You know, long may wait
criticized,
for you to say Nevis, man, Doc. You being biased. You know, long may wait for you to mention Nevis. You mention Sing.
no, no, no,
You know,
no.
long may
Well,
wait.
do you know why that is? Because unfortunately, I am not blessed enough to spend as
Mm-hmm.
much time as I would like to spend in Nevis. Normally,
Come
when
over,
I
man.
come,
Link me up, man. Come over, link me up.
I
Link me
don't
up.
have enough. I will take you up on that.
Yeah, man. Link
Normally
me
I
up,
come, I
man. Link
have
me up.
2, 3 days or a short time,
Yes.
and yeah, but I have to fix that. But
Yes, definitely.
there's a spot that's linked, that links St. Kitts and Nevis, um, that has a T-shirt that says "Rush Slowly," and I call it the
Mhm.
name of the place. You know where I'm talking about? All right. That is exactly what you want to do when you're developing a sector. You want to move with deliberate haste, but you want to do it in a manner that is carefully thought out. So if it takes 6 months, if it's going to take 6 months, it takes 6 months. If it's going to take 8 or 9 months, that's what it takes. But at the end of it, you have a plan that says, if we implement it this way, in 1 year, this is what we will have. In 2 years, this is what we will have. Because long term, this is not for tomorrow. This is for the next generation. Not just this generation, but the generation that's coming after us. So you don't want to rush it and leave something that is not good, or not as good as it could be for your children and your children's children. At the same time, you don't want to take so long that you miss the boat. But what I can tell you is that you have not missed the boat. If it even take
Like,
another 2 years, you haven't missed the boat. When the whole industry opens up and they have rescheduled cannabis from Schedule 1, so it's no longer regarded. When they come to the position that we already know, that it's just another herb. Not just another herb. It is a special herb, but it's a herb
mm-hmm.
nonetheless. It don't do any
Yes.
more damage than anything else. It was demonized, right? When the rest of the world comes to that point and opens it up, so you see a lot of trade and so on, you will still not be behind. If you develop something that's special and distinct, you will still be able to market it to the world, and the world will beat a path to the doors in St. Kitts and Nevis to partake of your cannabis industry, your cannabis culture. So what you want to do is do it right. Do it with a lot of discussions, a lot of understanding, and make sure you structure it right. If you do that, you don't have to worry so much about the time, because you will
Beautiful.
have something you can market and market well.
You see,
Doc?
one of the reasons why I asked, right, is and you made a critical point that the nation would have to have a plan in terms of what direction or what path they would want to take. The reason being, okay, I am here in California, and some of the discussions that I'm hearing, right, when I look at what is happening on the ground here, for example, here in California, there is, and might be around most of the US as well, there is a sort of discrimination where earth grown, grown,
Mhm,
even if it's in a greenhouse, as long as it's grown
mhm,
in earth versus
mhm,
what is considered hydroponically grown indoor,
mhm,
There's a
Mm-hmm.
huge distinct difference in terms of the marketing aspect of it. So whereas
Mm-hmm.
even though we are promoting organic soil and rich tropical sunlight and all, volcanic soil and all this, there is still that market out there who would not touch that. It doesn't matter how nice your soil is or whatever, because of that um, medicinal approach as well. I think it stems from that, the fact that it's deemed medicine, and medicine has to be treated in a particular way, and so it has to be grown and cultivated a particular way that you can control and you can know all of the variables and
Mm-hmm.
all of these different things. Does that approach, and I think we are forced to in the Caribbean because many are not willing yet to say, hey, let's fully legalize it, but using the medicinal approach, does that help to promote that will kind of, if we don't carefully address it, put us in that position where we may be forced to import as Jamaica would have to meet that sort of demand where, for example, one of the scenarios that I looked at why I think Jamaica probably, well, let me not speak to probably, but I look at a possibility or a possible reason why um, some may consider importing, right? I look at the scenario in Jamaica. A huge cannabis company comes in, set up shop, right? They
Mm-hmm.
have a brand already, a name already. People know their brand, and they will also be marketing and promoting. Okay, well, we have a new branch now in Jamaica. We have a new branch in St. Kitts and Nevis. So when the cruise ships come in, when the tourist comes in to visit, because they're not necessarily seeking to market to the general public of the country on a whole. So they're looking to their customers anticipate a specific level, or but the country that you're in at that point, they may not be able to meet the expectations that you have. So you're saying, okay, well, I've already set up shop, I have my license already. I need products, but your products is not meeting my standards. So I am just left to bring in what I have because I have it out there to make sure that I'm stocked to meet my customer base. And I think,
Mm-hmm.
that is why I'm saying if we don't be careful of how we seek to push the industry forward, we could find ourselves in positions where things like this is allowed.
Yes. The answer to not having to have this happen is to have information about the practices that we have. So the fears that you talk about the soil and doing it naturally and the lack of control and all of that. Again, I mentioned Dr. Emmanuel, he and others, there are people I know, I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of the elders from this country. They know and have for years grown or supervised the growth of cannabis, which they have partaken of for some of them 40, 50, 60 years. So a lot of it has to do with what we call indigenous knowledge and how you package that and share it and promote it so people know this is not some fly by night operation where these people are doing this thing and they don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the facts. And then if you tie that in with some of the science, where you do some of the measurements, you're able to show the quality or safety of the soil, for example. There are a range of ways, yes, and I'm completely convinced that we can do that so we don't have to go down the route where we try to mimic them in what we offer, where we can make our product and our offerings distinct. And I think that's where our advantage actually really lies, not in trying to mimic what is being done in the US or elsewhere.
Nice.
Doc, I mean, I'm not sure you're staying for the whole show, but you almost finished up the whole show. I
No,
mean,
I actually I have to run. I've gotten so carried away. I
yeah,
forgot I
I,
got
I
an
figured that.
appointment.
I figured, I figured that. But I was just letting you go, Can. I mean, you're in your comfort zone. But I mean, I greatly want to. I
Let's
just
have
want
it
to
to
tell
you
you,
when you're doing
thanks.
this.
Yes, I just want to thank you for being a part of the show, and definitely looking forward to getting back sometime in the near future, because I mean you have Alan last for words, so it tells a lot what you meant to him for being here in his presence. You understand? And I'm sure the listening audience, I mean, I getting texts on my phone and the comments. I mean, it's been amazing. I mean, you have a wealth of knowledge and a lot to teach as a teacher. As I mean, I can see you're a teacher and you love to pass on information. And we need more people like you within the community who have wealth of knowledge and to pass it on. Because in the ancient times, Sankofa, return and great, and this is what each one teach one, and you're a perfect model for that. And it's greatly, and like Alan being in your presence also. I mean, Yason spoke greatly of you, and Kofa speak greatly of you also. Dr. Garfield Alexander speaks. So it's just my turn now to give you your blessings. You understand? So,
Thank
and
you.
these guys mark hard, and if they mark hard and they speak greatly of you, I mean, your beautiful soul. And I want to thank you for being a part of the show, and you have put forward a wealth of information, and I know the listening audience now would have a better understanding of the way and direction the cannabis should go in St. Kitts and Nevis and other places. Yes, son?
Yes, well, Doc, I am really grateful that you took the opportunity and you took the time out, because I know, even though you say you're not a part of the, so much involved in the politics and so on, it doesn't matter even if you're not involved. The celebratory moments are whether it's the celebratory or the upset moment, the families and the
Mm,
ambience. So, you could have been doing a lot more other things, and I guess you say you're also engaged. So I'm really grateful that you took the opportunity to come and share with us on this platform and to actually be a part of history as well, because this is the first time we're having this simulcast teaming up with Red Entertainment, and we have gotten a good from the Red Entertainment team. Alan is very much pleased. So we give thanks, and we look forward for you being back, and we're opening the invitation for when you come back to Nevis. Let's hope that we could maybe plan it, that you could then be in
yes,
studio instead of being online, and then we could
yes,
have
Yes, I.
that experience.
Yes.
And if and when you have time, we're gonna do this at the end of every month, the last Tuesdays in every month. So we will keep in touch, and if available, we will see to
Yes.
get you back now, because I think you did quite a wonderful job. We know you gotta go, but the people I'm sure would love to have you again. So we do look forward to that, and we give thanks.
Yes.
thank
Alan?
you, thank you. Give thanks. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man, Doctor. Just thank you for spending the time with us. I think you had made a comment earlier about how you just want the best for like whoever it is.
Yes.
No, you said you don't get involved in politics. Even in the bio, I see how you have done work all over the place. I would imagine you have comrades all over the place. So I know that
Yeah.
your intentions are good. Just thanks once again for spending the time with us. Have a wonderful evening. Hope you have a wonderful week. And I hope everything is good with you. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you all for the blessings. This has been a blessing for me. I really have appreciated it. I mean, I know Kitishans and Nivisions mark hard. I've been there. I've
Yes.
seen your carnival, and boy, on a rough. So the fact that you all appreciate what our discussion, I'm very pleased. Thank you very much.
Beautiful, that. Beautiful. Thanks again.
Okay, take care.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Mhm.
AllNaturalBoostersUSA.com is offering everything natural on everything agriculture. Check us out for our all natural boosters and supplements. We are 100% natural. If you're looking for pain relief, then grab a bottle of our all natural miracle oil pain relieving spray and let us get you pain free naturally. What about our lemon zest sauce? Try it today. Made from the all natural blend of lemon, garlic, ginger, and apple cider vinegar, helping to relieve all kinds of body ailments. We also package all natural spinach, okras, organic pineapple, just to name a few. Check out our Super Roots Immune Boosters, dietary supplements, and energy teas. The All Natural Boosters USA.com for all your natural teas, supplements, and pain relief. Check out our website allnaturalboostersusa.com or call 1-559-541-2758. Shop now. We are 100% natural, striving for the best, not settling for less.
Yes, and welcome back to the Everything Agriculture Show, where we're doing the link up with Real Entertainment Network with Alan Powell and Ira. We just had Dr. Andrew Garden from Jamaica, the former commissioner of the Cannabis Authority, with a wealth of information. If you missed the discussion, I guess you'll have to go back and listen it because it's so much information. And I mean, what a gentleman with knowledge and down to earth and love to share. So he didn't he didn't live in Nevis. You know, he should definitely having me in almost every week. He'd have to run me because people like this
Well,
we really need.
he said he's a national, you know. He say his wife is St. Kitts and Nevis, so
He's one of
he
us
is.
now. Yes, I
So
mean definitely we claim it. We're holding up on him. We're gonna fight like Garvey thing. There. This gonna be a second. It's gonna be a second Garvey. We fight for him. When we have these kind of great men, we have to definitely hold on them. But wealth of information and lot of knowledge. I mean, we have a few other discussions to go on. Alan, which one you want to jump off on? Mike again, Alan. Check them.
unmute your mic, Alan.
We start off with the sports, you know. I meet you today. Today is the first time I ever see you upset. And the thing of it is, you being happy for the event, but
Yes,
your thing was you would have liked if every event
of
could have
course,
been, would have
definitely.
flowed with the efficiency of that event. So
Yes,
you want
and
to
that's
talk a little bit about your experience to the sports?
yes.
It done had a sports was start 2 o'clock and done after 10 in the night already, eh?
That's normal thing because somehow because we have lights now. Can't remember in the 90s when we're going to Grove Park, then by the time 5:30, 6 o'clock, everybody drawing close with a little light, and then by the race is finished by the sunset. But since the light thing coming in, sports now become more money making as an entertainment, more for the adults and the schools and the ministries, not and more or less for the children and them. You see what I mean? And I love to analyze. That's why I go play. I analyze things, how stuff done, who checking the time, the draw, the move. I analyze everything when I go places. I just don't. You might think I'm just sitting down not paying attention, but pay attention to things, and that's how it is. So I can always give an assessment. And what I've seen over the years, because I have a daughter who went Navy's Academy, and from since Mr. Powell come on board, I seen the drastic change in how the efficiency of how the sports meet goes. And today was a perfect example. I never seen so much record breaking one sports meet yet. I'm not sure if they're getting faster. I had slower student than I know. But to see the efficiency, the biggest part of this sport, the break is always normal. But when you see you have once the race started, where it's grade 1, grade 4, the male, the female, once the grade 1 start, all the races just flow because the student is right there behind. As you move, they're just right in the lane again, As you move in the lane, so the race just flows. Say, wow, wow. But we just don't. Somehow we have a lot of people have egos, and we got to get out of these things. Efficiency is key. In a reason, if a sport's supposed to start 12, it start 12. If you start 10, it start 10, not 12, and then you come down all at 8. And then the next thing I've been also weekend gonna went to the sports again. I get wet again. I don't like to get wet unless I'm in my farm in the garden. I probably getting wet. But when I go out and rain fall and I getting wet, I have an issue with that because I mean I have my youth then with me and my family, so I'm not entertaining getting wet. And it's one thing by the moon the Chakako say. It doesn't matter if you're in the VIP, a drink or kind of Hennessy or whatever. When rain fall, you won't get wet. So if you are in the tent is not gonna drip, you're gonna get wet. So no matter what you have on, we all gonna experience the same wet once rain fall. So and then I realize now there's sports coming up next weekend, and now you're paying for seating. So to analyze how these seating $40, $30, grounds. Cause Interframe over the years you never have to pay for seats. Now we're seeing stuff going on, you have to pay $40 for a seat, $30 for a seat, 15 or 20 for the ground. I mean, me and my wife home trying to understand well which part they're gonna sit, how pay for the seat, well free seating. I kind of craziness. You know what I'm saying? I don't even understand this madness. I'm trying to understand. If I take
Well,
out those seats, bucket seats, like I'm trying to understand what's gonna happen. How they're gonna charge for seats? Because if I pay for a seat, just don't go ahead.
let me let you understand what is taking place. If you are
Yeah.
renting the seats that are over there, 'cause remember it's not permanent seats and they come from somewhere.
Or they could take up your
Somebody
mean and
will
move.
yeah, somebody own
Okay.
them. So if you're
I
renting
got
them and you pay all the time, and every minute you hear Alan say, "Lord, where the money I go? How come the debt I go up?" Then you're gonna got to find a way to pay back some of the rent money
okay.
by
So in a taxi
by
then.
charging
So
back,
in a taxation,
by
is
charging
that
back.
is more
Yeah,
taxes?
no, it's not
That's it's just our
taxes.
taxes.
You got to balance the checkbook.
So how this thing benefiting the athletes in at these schools and all these things? Do this at the students them those who taking part running, they get tracks, so they get gears, so all of them look the same. Who pay for all these
No,
things, guys? No one.
well, that help now for after the meet now the place get clean up. That they pay for
Hey,
now.
I laugh.
For example,
I laugh and all.
all the funds what is collected going towards the
Uh-huh.
new stands then what they're gonna build, but they just taking a couple of years. So all of the Interpremier gone from since 2017, them man collect
Uh-huh.
all of their stand money there, and that stand
To do
money
what?
they're gonna be the new stand.
Okay. So how you know that information? How you privy to this information?
Alan killing me, you know.
I believe in me premier.
It's
You know,
soft as
believe
well.
in
Oh,
me premier. You
so okay.
believe in me premier.
So can you say all the 5,000 has been collected when you bring in a car under 2 years old is being there saved and going into the economy too, to help
No,
whatever in the ocean and
no, I can't
so
say
how you
that.
economy?
I've never seen that before.
So you have a
I've
confidence
never.
about the money being saved to get new stands. So we make sure you have an dome so I don't get wet there. So we wouldn't get no more wet after the new stands being erected. I have a
Okay,
problem
Rasta,
getting
hear
wet
me
when I'm
tell
not in the farm, you know. And I saying if I have a problem getting
you.
wet when I'm not in the farm. But once I'm
I
going
think
at an
you.
activity, I can't take wet. Brethren, oh, they'll be
I think.
cold. You know. I had to walk with my hoodie last. You're mad. Last week, this Sunday, I walk with my hoodie. You're crazy. My daughter laughing after me. Brethren, when this song along, this is winter time. You know, you have to understand the whole of the in winter time. So once all the sun rain fall, you know me once me last. Brethren, I can't take them away out there. Uh, So every time I get over there, I'm gonna go prepare, well prepared too. Not kind of gonna get wet if rain fall. But yes, son.
Well, I could just really listen to your experience and listen to Alan trying to be very diplomatic with his response, as usual, you know. But
Seems like he's the PRO for
no,
the premiere.
no.
Boy, listen,
He
man.
can be very sarcastic when he's ready, you know. So you just have to
Yeah.
Listen.
understand him, you know.
I got to take it easy. The government not even want to let a press releases pan a Tuesday now. The man start Wednesday on back. You understand? We ain't gonna know it's nothing about no sports. No sports coverage now, keep on them kind of thing, man. Then we got to change your mind. So is when you know, see, we not even here when it's premier press conference. You only got 2 more days in the month. No, I bet you tomorrow you hear the premier press conference. That's what you
He avoided
can't
you.
lose
They
that.
avoided you. They avoided you.
Can't be too fresh.
Yes, but I mean, it was a beautiful day. You know, what I mean, I enjoyed the sport, but I really like to see it. You know, what I mean, get up to the standard. How I mean, in the Nevis Academy have set the standard with that flow. That is very important. It means sports can finish on time. We shouldn't have to leave over there at 6 o'clock. Everything should be done.
Um, well, one thing I want to fight you with, Banky, I feel like the
Hmm.
business got to go on. I
Which
always try
business?
to tell the business of the sports because
Uh-huh.
let me let you understand. It's two things always going on. Eh? There's the sport. You come there to watch the running of the race. But
Yes.
there's business going on all around you.
Of
And
course.
whether or not you come for that business, it's going on. Because if we could make this sports a viable business, then we could continue to keep the sports for however long we want. When you watch a lot of things what used to go on in the navies, which don't go on anymore, you find that they ain't making no money.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't no benefit to nobody. So why are we gonna continue to perpetrate this thing? So you are there for the records, for the running of the race. And the good thing is the race could be the sports could be an efficient mean and the business could still go on.
Yes.
Because one of the things where you don't see outside which you don't see here, even the Olympics is coming up. You could tune in for the Olympics and see the 100 meters is gonna be run 7:15 this time. And when you look on your clock, you better believe the 100 meters is gonna be run at that particular moment in time.
Best believe
But
that.
when you see us down here, the man just give you a program. You don't know when the race gonna run. You don't know when the sport's gonna run. But
But the
all of
point
it
that you
is
create,
different because go
the
ahead.
point you made, Alan, the point you made in terms of the business side of it, I think to some extent that some people may not necessarily factor because the schools want is a part of fundraising as well. And now, as you said, they have the lights. You know, let's look at it. Even for this major event, the major sports that they had there, I thought I heard somebody called in on a radio station and was saying that vendors on the outside would have to pay $200 or something like that. So now if a vendor is gonna have to pay $200 and then the sport's done 2 hours, he make maybe $50 unless unless it is, as you said, done properly, organized properly, then people would know, okay, we have to come at this time and it will finish at this time, so we will have to do whatever we have to do within this time frame. Then I could see that work. But the fact that they look at some of these other things, I think these are some of the other things that some of the schools and whoever is involved in it factor into the whole thing. That does not mean that we should make it more efficient. I'm just pointing out, like Alan was pointing out, that these are some of the things that are
Of course.
put into the thought processes of these activities.
And then Banky, watch how the business come in again. When you talk
Mm-hmm.
about the stand, which I don't think is necessarily necessary, yeah, but when you look at the stand, are any of the other amenities that the public is asking for going around the stadium? That come back to the business too again? Because when the stadium was built, we were promised that it would attract major sports meets, it would attract major athletes. When you look at tracks outside of here, I got to go back to Tim Kaines and his post. He posted a
Mm-hmm.
track in Florida. When you look on the track, they tell you how much it costs to rent the track to,
Mm-hmm.
There's always business involved because
Of course.
when you gonna give me a world class facility and everything in there is free for use, how we gonna get back the money? How we gonna maintain the
Maintain, yeah.
level of the facility
Yes.
what we have?
But
So
let,
the
let me
business does come into it. As far as
let, let-
we need the gym, we need the place
yeah.
for the athletes to go. All of these things need to go in. Can you make
Let,
the
let me say
business better?
something. Being at Indian Castle for nearly 3 years, when I was there working at developing the orchard, I tend to listen to a lot of Moshat radio station, the radio station and stuff like that, and they usually have sports, and they have this gentleman. He's a sports person, and he come to it for years and travel when it comes to he knows cricket. He's like a cricket scientist and a sports scientist. He's well known. I'm trying to remember his name, but he was speaking about the Navy's Mondo track. And I mentioned, you should remember, I talk about this. But the gentleman was saying that track from the expertise from what he's saying, the track is not his specification is not right how it is done. And he speak of it a couple of times. So when I hear people who speak like this and he say, oh, it might look nice for those who still look nice and fun, but nah. It's not world class standard. I'm just saying from what a professional person saying. You see, so we don't just go and see things. 'Cause I'm not a track person. I'm not an expertise. So I can't speak. But when I hear people speak like this with no what in the mouth, you understand? That person can't be that blunt to don't know what they're saying. So when people speak, and cause they've been here, they see the track, they know the track, they access the track, and when they speak, money wasted. I'm telling you.
Where you mean the Monday chat?
Yes, of course. Yeah, the same one that we all speak about and love and go on talking about. I'm telling you. You just don't hear I mention it before. You understand? So I'm just saying how stuff might look to the general pub, and I mean, we have our people in the connect this thing, but I'm just saying when he's in that gentleman speak and about the track that we have here and stuff like that, and I start to look at, I say, you should, because I mean, we could be easily fooled with a lot of things, because of
I just want to ask one question. He's saying
yes,
that the track in and of itself.
how it's how the layout and everything when it comes to
Oh,
scientifically,
oh,
everything about the track, the laying out and everything about it. Yes, yes, the
Yeah, I don't think he
gradient. Huh?
no, I was saying I don't think he was questioning like the material of the track.
No, the
You know,
material. Exactly.
I
Yes.
think, yeah,
Yes.
I think it's more of the way how they built the track. He might have been
Yes.
had some
Yes.
concerns about the gradient of the
That's
track, the
yes. Exactly. Yeah.
laying out.
It's like to him it was like a rush job to say they built a track. You see? That's what he was getting at with his assessment from being around sport and tracks and development and all this different stuff like that internationally, and but overall, I mean, and the more meets coming up and looking forward for the meets and the athletes in them. But for what going on, I would like to see the athletes that benefit definitely. 'Cause it don't seem like they've been benefiting, especially how you everything is all these charges. You're going in park, your park inside is this charge, you're outside, you have to pay this money. 'Cause I realize outside they are red paint marking out each lot, say, where you're selling by your tent. They are like mark out like car parking lot. They're marked out if you're gonna be selling. So you're outside, so which mean anything. I don't see if you're outside selling. I mean, where you have to pick up money for. I really don't see these things. I mean, these things don't make no sense. But anyway, but who bringing in these things? But if you're gonna be selling outside, I inside. Well, why? It's like today I went to purchase something by the bar to support the school bar. They ain't got certain things. Well, you have a cup, they ain't got a cup. Okay? But you have children children are going to drink out of bottle and something like that. They're not gonna eyes. But then who outside? Then let me say, well, you have any this? Then who's selling inside? So if the school sell Vitamalt, you can't sell Vitamalt at the vendor. You have to sell a different. So it's all is virgin. What for you? For you, the school will all get the support, and the way how we and then we start to look at things like counting everybody money. Or the vendors make this make that. We gotta get out of this crazy mentality where we revolve around just money, money, money. You know what I'm saying? It's just like everybody just trying to get this. It's craziness. We have been obsessed with this money thing, and it's like all means necessary. I can't deal with this thing. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I listen to some shows. I mean, ZIZ, Freedom, all the other stations think it's, and it's just about the same thing when you're making excuse for money for these politicians giving themselves $4,000 and $5,000 increase. That's
Don't go
a
too
big jump.
fast, Ranky. Don't go too fast. Just switch the topic on us, man.
Talking about money.
Alan, you mute your mic. Alan, you mute your mic. No, you got into the politician. You know that is a
Talking
topic.
about money.
You're talking about increase of politician wages and
Talk about
salaries.
money. That's all it is. Just talking about money. Everybody want money, so just talk about money. That's it.
Alan, see if your mic will work there, Alan.
Yeah,
You weren't.
me good.
Okay.
Antibody sports. You ask anybody sports?
What I was telling Banky, he come back to the money again, no. But go ahead.
Yeah.
No. Well, I ain't on the ground, so I don't know. I'm glad. All I'm gonna say, I'm happy that they rethought the position and the whole live stream thing that they had put out last week. So kudos to them for that. Alan mentioned some very.
When you say restart, I mean the restart what? There wasn't something going to do that?
Yeah, they had said they shut it down. They had shut down the live stream. They weren't
Really?
gonna
Banky,
let me any
you don't
sports.
know what them man do Charleston Premier?
No, I
Wow.
didn't get to see.
Premier try sabotage brand. He want brand win. Start a Charles. You say
Wait,
Charleston Premier
wait.
in
Let me put
live
it.
broadcast.
Let me put a disclaimer because let me put a disclaimer. I can't substantiate what I'm talking about. Wait
Charleston
a
Premier.
minute. Yeah, you
Charleston
said if you
Premier
to the
in that
show.
too. Honest, come on, yeah. But he not do that
I,
thing in
I
St.
can't
Thomas, hello?
substantiate. I can't substantiate these claims that you're making with the premier.
Okay.
I
the
want to
next
laugh.
day, the next day, the next day. See the claimer, yeah, Banky has a claimer. Banky wants to claim. But no, but honestly, yeah, no, I'm happy that they rethought that. I just when Alan talked about the track and the points of how are you going to continue the development of the track, which I don't really think they have any interest in doing. The drone shots of the track look beautiful with Navy speak in the background. They
Yes.
could live off of that enough. I don't really think they have any plans to develop it. Phase 2 would have already started by now, but they also would have laid out the plans for it because these things cost money, the thing that everybody love. Before they actually build the other part of the track, they should have also laid out how they plan to maintain the track, as Alan has mentioned. So 8-lane track to resurface could run you from 300,000 to close to $1 million. And we're talking US dollars, right? So I could figure once this track needs to be resurfaced, that's the end of the Mundo track. The government probably can change by then, to be honest. I don't even think that.
You Alan got some vision one thing, but you got some vision. Not telling you.
No, it's gonna be somebody else's problem. I don't believe it's
but
something
Ira,
that they foresee as their
So it's
problem.
designed, so this is intentionally designed. Then that's what you're saying, basically.
The pictures and the
Ira,
photo apps have already been put in place. Yeah.
why can't we as a people
Mm-hmm.
begin with the end in mind when we're doing these projects? Like if as Banky highlighted um that the brethren from Montserrat was saying that
Yeah.
in terms of his
Yeah.
assessment of the thing, it looked like
Yeah.
it was just something rushed, right? And we
Yeah.
see, even if you're not politically inclined like myself, because I'm not necessarily all up into the politics either, I sometimes pay attention to certain things just to keep myself grounded and to at least, if ask a question or whatever, I could give an informed decision because I listen to both sides or all the different sides, right? But we need to begin with the end in mind. We see a lot of these politicians play the game. This is something that we see play out. That
Mm-hmm.
coming close an election or something, somebody
Mm-hmm.
start a project or
Mm-hmm.
bring some fancy news or something and
Okay.
start something, and then it's just so
Mm-hmm.
instead of really dealing with the project as okay, we really want to do this for the benefit of the youths and the future, and we're really interested in sports and taking this to a different level. It's more like just doing something to appease, and then, man, at some time later, when we win and we're in there for the next fight, we try to deal with that. And then closer to the election again, we add in a little piece again and make them feel comfort. I think we need to, and this is not anything to address any particular party,
Mm-hmm.
because this is something that we see along all the party lines. To me, for the whole, since I know myself and parties and politics, like I've seen this kind of trend, because I guess the thing is a 5-year thing, right? So we don't have a lot of that long-term vision, so that okay, even if I'm not there, this could be continued. And then to the petty party politics again, now sometimes certain things are not continued because somebody just want to say, oh, is the next party started, that's a man doing that.
Yeah.
And so
That happens at times.
we need to have more, take a more holistic approach, and we as a people need to demand this from our elected officials. Like not allow them to continue. We in 2024 now. We say we in the information age and we're moving from 3D to 5D and all of this kind of thinking and all that. But to me, with all this 90+% literacy and how much ever they say, seemingly the literacy must be mean if you could read or recite a book. But in terms of rational reasoning and analyzing and synthesizing facts and separating facts from opinions, seemingly there's a big disconnect where that is concerned, because we're still being duped buy the same games every 5 years, and we ain't seen the long-term 20-year plan, 30-year plan down the road. You know, like I see some other Caribbean countries do that. I hear even the Prime Minister in Grenada talk about that. Certain things that he, you know, the thing that they met with a longer-term plan. And why? Like,
Why?
I see Alan shaking
Why?
his head.
Yes, son, I disagree with you. You're telling me that every plan the Premier got in at least a 30-year plan? You don't feel like the Mondo Track is a 30-year plan? You ain't feel like the peer. You
I
ain't
mean,
feel
that's
like the peer is a 30-year plan.
the
Every
mortgage.
plan where the Premier got is a 30-year plan. So if you talk about people who got no 30-year plan, are the wrong man you talk about. Cause all of him plan,
Yo,
you know
Alan,
see how he
you're gonna
plan
keep
the
more
plan.
up the boy. That even can't
Man,
take you can
I
tonight to
But
the Alan.
Alan,
You
you
keep
killing
on the
them,
me, I
more.
man.
think I know Alan. I mind. So I mean, as Alan
Alan,
said,
I think
30
I think
years
you
is the
brother,
Alan,
you
you
need
average
to
do
change.
phase one.
mortgage.
Every plan you
Alan,
tell
you need to
about is
change
a
your
phase
career.
one.
Alan, you need to change your career. I think you
So
need to take up the
basically, what
cricketing
Alan,
career
so Alan, so everything
because
is
you play some shots here tonight, right? You should be the cricketer, not your brother. You, your boy,
but the man is a cricketer.
Man,
But
Alan
the
is a
man is a
cricketer.
cricketer.
Alan is a
he's a
cricketer.
cricketer too.
Alan.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
Of
a
you
course.
cricketer.
play some
Yeah,
shots
yeah,
here
yeah.
tonight, boy.
Yeah,
So
no,
So the
no, yeah.
I don't realize the trend. So which mean I can say then the hospital is a 30-year plan then.
It might be longer.
Exactly. That's what I'm
The-
that's
telling
why I
you.
was laughing. It's a
I
long,
get the
this is a
drift. I get the
long-term
drift.
plan.
I
It's a
get the
trend.
drift. I
Watch,
get the drift.
if you watch what's going on, here's the people on a
I,
30-year plan. I'll may see a
I get the
30-year plan
drift.
from them.
I don't understand. Mortgages usually are 30-year mortgages. So if you're building something, you're constructing something, expect 30 years. That's all. But to answer the question that you asked earlier too, yes, son, we tend to forget that the job of a politician is one thing and one thing only, right? The job of a politician is to get re-elected. And then we also, and a lot of people may not know this, but I can read a definition to you, right? A definition: the systematic study of the structure and behavior of physical and natural world through observation, experiment, and the testing of theory against the evidence obtained. That definition is the definition of science. What a lot of people don't realize that politics is a science. That's why you have political science. So one of the things and one of the classes that I had to sit through while I was obtaining my degree here in the United States was a political science class. And the professor stood there, straight face. He said all politicians pretty much are the same, and he was speaking in terms of Democrats and Republicans. He said on the outside, yeah, they might have some minor little tweaks that looks different. Some might lean to what you call conservative versus some might be more progressive or liberal, but underneath the systematic structure is the same thing. Now, one of the things that
One
I
bird,
think
two wings.
Mm-hmm.
Banky Shiasan brought up was the fact that they wait until the end of the term or closer to the end of the term to produce
Mm-hmm.
projects. That is
Yes.
because during the scientific experiment that they have been doing over these years for political science, they have realized that the populace, the people, tend to have short-term memory. So when you do
Yes.
things too early within the term, when it's time for you to vote, you won't remember. So I would use for reference. I remember a long time ago, Charleston used to flood.
Mm-hmm.
Charleston used to really flood, and that was one of the
You,
things that NRP tackled early up in their what you call it term. By
true.
time by time it's time to vote again, nobody remember Charleston used to flood. That's no longer a problem. It's not a thing. That's not a voting topic. So if these things are constantly going on, right, and you have to remember, right, the strategies. The strategy might be: is it a land strategy or air strategy? Right? If it's an ear strategy, then the visuals that they show, the nice picture of the Mondo track, the hospital painted on the outside, but the inside is undone. Those who are in the diaspora who's coming home to vote, it doesn't matter because they won't have to use those products. So when I see these things doing piece by piece, bit by bit, at the end, closer to when time to vote, it's an easy choice for them because the visual appeal is there. The projects, the roads are being done. If you go out to the country for a very long time, St. Kitts and Nevis, and you come home to St. Kitts and Nevis, you left in 20 years, you come home now, your thought is going to be Nevis is doing very well because a lot of big houses are being built. There's some new roads in places that you've never seen before. So the strategy is always going to be wait until close to the election to do your projects so you have something to show. And at least you could beg, let me get to finish this project. Give me another term. I could do it. And that answers that.
Yeah, well, you
So,
see, all of that.
Ira, so you're trying to tell me, as Yasan mentioned earlier, with the 98 and 90, 100% literacy, so the people them can analyze and see these things that you wish to point that way. When they say that's when you see they keep begging these politicians for things because they realize these politicians is all about themselves. The people them know going on, they ain't smarter than they live. The people don't live here. These politicians ain't smarter than the locals them who live here. Because in their own, they think so. We can have on the suits and they
Banky,
speak well. But nah, they ain't.
Banky,
Nah, it's just you go ahead.
I want to show you a trick.
Uh-huh.
So here's what goes on.
Yes.
In order for you to say your population is literate, all you
Mm-hmm.
have to do is say this amount of people went to high school.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
No, me and you understand what going on. So
Mm-hmm.
we understand that, well, at least in we time can they change it now. But in we
Yes.
time, when you go to high school, you got different phases of go to high school.
Of course.
You understand
Of
what me I
course.
tell you now? So
Yeah, man.
I know man right now who got thousands of dollars.
Of
Who
course.
you better don't send them a text. You better send them a
Yes.
voice note.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm telling you again, the literacy rate is just a matter
I
of
got you.
who went to high school. And I'm
Of course, I
allowed
got
based
you.
upon that to say, well,
Yes.
bye, this is my literacy rate. But when you're looking at analysis rate,
That's a
and
different
Mm-hmm.
thing.
particularly deeper analysis,
Of
Mm-mm.
course.
we're talking about a different circumstance. So don't
Definitely.
let one fool you about the other.
Of course. So they know who they're targeting. They know who they're targeting. That is my point. Because the mass is not what they're targeting. And it's just like this again. It's just, and it's all about because, watch it. When you see politicians building a lot of houses in one area, like you say, Calicut having a lot of houses building, and where they open, they're padding the list, kind of moving people out of one constituency, bring them in the next constituency, because they realize, boy, these people not take me answer. They're going to bring people from overseas, different places, different countries, bring them in to vote, and because they realize no going on, because they look, when you check the mass, is the masses not voting, because the masses is really fed up about a lot of this nonsense, you know. So
We
they're
smart
importing people to be a part of. But these things don't make no sense because we now live here, but they don't care. That's where here some might say, oh, lives in the next 20,000 people. But where they going? Well, what happened to the local in the next 20,000 people? What kind of madness is that when people speak like that? Where is the interest? Yeah?
Banky,
Banky,
Understand?
that's
you
smart.
believe the
Thank you.
monkey about Charleston votes? I don't tell
You
Banky.
know?
And tell you when me think about election, you know what man tell me? I can't run in Charleston because I never went Charleston primary school.
Me tell them so.
Really?
And you know the premier though?
I tell
The
them so.
premier, this say Charleston primary school ain't going pan TV this year. I'm
Mm.
telling you, then I really concerned about Charleston people vote.
But
You
you
run
see,
this school
Alan,
where you got to be good with.
Alan and Ira, I think Ira made a critical point when he pointed out the fact that the main objective of a politician is to be elected, is to win. And until the masses really become aware, and when you talk about the literacy rate, for me, it is simple. I use simple examples to see that really and truly they're talking about the ability to recite words on a piece of paper in terms of rating the literacy. Because, for example, we're talking about one of the debate, I guess maybe we might eventually slide into that. If the debate in terms of the paying of the salary or the raising of the salary for the politicians. If we, the masses, are really thinking consciously, one of the things I personally recognize and look at, politics is one of the most interesting career opportunity because it is where the employees dictate what they want and pay themselves from the employers,
music.
right? From the employers, you know, because here's what's happening. We are talking about salaries being paid to elected officials, but we tax money. We are the taxpayers. Is we money, and these employees are get the opportunity to determine how much they get paid and when the salary gonna raise. And we, who are the employers, don't really have much of a say because we have what is considered to be a sovereign parliament. We are basically, technically, the opposition ain't gonna necessarily make no qualms about getting a salary raise either. So they will say the eyes have it, and that's it. And we who really are the employers don't necessarily have a say in that discussion, really. So if they want to do it, they do it. And likewise, when it reach to, for example, the discussion about becoming a republic, we have the same scenario where they would not even, I have not even heard that discussion in regards to having a executive president versus just ceremonial president because it differs. But they would not even entertain that argument because it would mean taking the power from the prime minister and the premier, and the president would have the highest say or the highest power in the land, and that would not be a discussion I think would be entertained by them. So even the discussion of becoming a republic, these kind of discussions I think need to be expounded on for the average masses to kind of really analyze where they are, because I think that's one of the things in terms of government. So it shows how much we are not so inclined in terms of paying attention to what we should as a people, because if we do, then the games that they play in terms of trying to just use these political scientific games to win, we would be on a whole different perspective and we'll be able to see that openly and deal with it accordingly.
And when you say politicians, we mean all politicians. We're not leaning on one side or anything. So
No, general politicians across the board, across the board.
Yeah, people need to know that.
Why you got to explain anything for Zook healed me up this week. When we went to Mr. Labor funeral. Real politician. I deal with real politician. You check it out. Who I could give some hard one, and they could say, and we still pick up in public. You understand? He did do it when the premier was gone. He ain't let the premier see him, but respect. Pick up Alexis Jeffers, man.
Zook don't watch
Talking about, man.
You should invite him on the platform.
No, but that's how we should be.
Take it easy. Yeah.
That's how we should be, and I think we should be at that point. I think we should be at that point where we have debates within our politicians. I think these are kind of things that we need to have. That open debate instead of playing this game of you on one side and you on one radio station or you on one media source and you're saying what you're saying over there because your followers gonna support you. We need to have we are at that level. To support that, I would want to suggest as well. I guess we'll flip into a couple of different topics by making this comment, but one of the things that I think personally is that we need to engage more debating opportunities for our children, not just wait until the Leeward Island debating society and so on. Some of these tough topics, whether it's reparations, whether it's becoming a republic, whether it's whatever that is that is of interest of the society that maybe sometimes the politicians might not necessarily want to address. We could use the youths in the schools, engage them in different like debating competitions and activities where they could discuss these topics and use them as sensitization opportunities. And at the same time, it would give the youth an opportunity to be able to learn more of how to deal with conflict resolution in a more amicable way. Because I think that's one of the issues we're having with violence and crime. Because I think a lot of the youth don't know how to reason, don't know how to debate and have an exchange and still just be cool with that instead of just snapping and say, and just bam, do whatever. So I would want to encourage some of that, and that would also put the youth in a more position to be more informed when they have these kind of political debates and discussions and be able to identify opinions from facts and so on. Some of these things to train our society so that we can truly have that literate society that we're talking about instead of just those who can recite and recall words.
I feel you. To add on that, you got well in when it comes to legal terms, they call it mooting, but I think that
Mm-hmm.
the because I think you go to law when you go six farm now, so I'm
Right.
surprised they don't introduce the mooting to kind of, you know what I mean, one link with the other. Cause all of them basically debating, but it's just that you call them different names. So I'm
Okay.
surprised. I'm surprised they don't go along with that. With regards to the money, with regards to the
Mm-hmm.
raising of the salary, do you have an issue with the raising of the salary? You have a problem with it? Because I don't have a problem with it. I must say.
Me personally,
Yeah.
um, not necessarily. I've listened to the debates on a number of different fronts. Um, the timing of it. Then again, Ira pointed out you can't do things too late, and so you do things and people ain't gonna remember and so on. So some people may argue, well, it's early for this government's term to
But
make a
do
move
it
like
now.
that. I've heard the argument from the other side that is something that have not been addressed since I think it's 2005 or something like that. They're saying, and part of the issue
Mm-hmm.
is it should have been an increment every 3 years, but instead of that, it has been pushed back so much that I guess it reached up to that point. Um, and also the other argument that is presented about using it as an effort to pay them, what you want to call it, pay for peace too. But anyway, pay them so that they are not that tempted to take bribes and do whatever other other means of generating funds and so on.
Oh,
Um,
please.
that is one of the arguments that is presented for um, putting forward the raise of salary. Um, so for me, the good thing is, I guess they're seeking at the same time to strengthen the integrity in public life and all of these other things that are supposed to um, strengthen the checks and balances and give the public and those who may feel that something is going awry the need to be able to date and so on. So we're seeing a bit of that to sort of say, well, okay, well, all right, we're giving you the extra money, but we're also making sure that we can check up on you and, nothing. But then there's evidence that this is something that has been said and bantered for a number of years. We're watching what's going on with that played out in terms of we have a situation where we have an act in the federal government and an ordinance on Nevis, and seemingly some differences in the ordinance and the act. And when you look at the issue surrounding the compliance, even at this early stage, makes you really want to question the validity of the checks and balances, if there will be any, based on some of what we are seeing. So I think a lot is needed in terms of assuring the public that these things, even though you're seeking to put them in place, that they will be utilized and not just assure. But if so, like I said, I don't have an issue with the 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 raise of the salary for them based on some of those things that were pointed out. The fact that it's been some time that it should have been done. But like I said, the timeliness of it might be something to consider, and raising the 25, taking 25% at a time when the economy is this way and you're hearing all kind of different little, shushu and whatever. So the timeliness of it is what I would be concerned about in that regard, basically.
Me, I would want some more information around it, right? Enlighten me. What's the percentage? 30-something%
I think it's
increase?
Nothing that says 25.
22 generally.
22? Okay. And when was the last time they got an increase?
2005.
2005, I think.
2005, the ministers of government got an increase.
Yeah.
And
The whole land, the governor general get 33%, but outside of that, the biggest percentage increase was the leader of the opposition.
oh yeah?
Quite interesting.
Yeah, the winner, the real winner.
But that
That
was
sound like
Alan.
wait, that sound like a
Yes,
step
can you
on
hear
the
me?
side. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
I can hear me.
Yeah, we could hear you. We could
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
will hear you.
You're losing your signal.
Yeah.
Low.
Your Wi-Fi is sexy though.
No, data.
I heading home, so I'm be home in a shortly. The leader position.
Okay, Banky, you're breaking up. We're gonna let you bring back in your point. You're breaking up. We can't understand what you're saying. You're breaking up, so we're gonna let you bring back. We're gonna let you bring back in your point once you get sexy Wi-Fi again.
No,
Right now we can't. But yeah, you know it is. It is. There's too much of a conflict of interest going on in our government, and I'm just gonna put it out right now how I feel. I don't. People can vex whatever they can say political. That's their business. The way how I feel is that we need a strong opposition at all times, right? We need a strong opposition. I'm not saying that the opposition and the government shall never work together, but we need to see a separation of the government and the opposition. We need to see a line drawn, a thick line drawn. Now, the premier, being the premier of Nevis, has a responsibility to Nevis. And in order to fulfill that responsibility to Nevis, he has to work closely with the government in Sinkits. They have to have a good relationship, right? It is crucial for Sinkits and Nevis to have a good relationship on those levels, right? They have to. It don't make sense. They bicker. They don't make sense. They fight. But he is also the leader of the opposition. This in myself is a threat to democracy, because now I don't see a proper line drawn. I don't know that there's going to be any true opposition, for lack of a better term, right now against certain policies that the government might put forward. So, for instance, maybe and just maybe, if the premier was not the premier and he was back in 2000, and when did Labour lose? I don't remember the years. When he was in there and he was the man in there, the opposition, Yeah, man, the man was butting in there. The man break down the Labour Party. If we were back then, maybe this bill would have passed, and been brought forth, and we would have had some strong points as to the way that it's being done. Or maybe not, because he get the biggest cut out of it all. You know what I mean? Which
No, the
is
second.
also
And I'll let you say
the
that.
second.
The second.
Oh, it's
Yeah, the second.
the second biggest. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
The second
Governor
biggest.
General get the biggest.
Okay, the second biggest cut out of it all. But I really need to see the difference. Like, what's the differentiation between the government and the opposition? And this is a problem because, like I say, you cannot be the opposition and still be the premier, because you have to work with the government in the interest of Nevis. This is something that we need to look at on a constitutional level for the benefit of democracy, right? I think there is that. Now, with that said, do I have a problem with the salary increase? I thought 2 or 3 years ago, for instance, the CCM government made it clear that they had to give salaries increase in increments. 15% over what, a 3-year period? Am I mistaken here, Alan? In, like, make sure you may saying the wrong things. Me not hear nothing. Okay, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 years of increase. I feel like, regardless to what they said, they could have been addressed differently. They could have trickled in that a little more. They probably could have phased it in, especially knowing that others, right? especially especially knowing that others are hurting. In general, people are hurting. I know I worked for the government for 5 years. 5 years I worked for the government, and this was under NRP government for 5 years, and I didn't receive a single increment. And I do not feel like that's not the case where people were not given increments for a long period of time. And I'm talking the regular civil servants. So I understand why they do it now. I understand why they do it now, because you're going to talk about it now early in the term, and when it's closer to the end of the term, that time Dr. Dewey is going to be rolling out the universal health care. The new hospital is going to start to break ground and build. Other things are going to be in the forefront. That is going to be long in the back of the memories of the people, and they might have given themselves a smaller increase in salary at some other time, but nobody is really going to worry about that. The shock is no. The big shock is no. So when they give themselves a small 5%, 3% in the future, it's not going to be damaging or damning at all. People do need increases, though, as inflation is a real thing. Inflation is something that is natural in economics, and Sinkitt's economy seems to have had a boom. I don't know if Sinkitt's is in a recession. I would say Nevis is in a recession, but Sinkitt's is not. So because Sinkitt's is not in a recession, and money is flowing in Sinkitt's, as you go down in Sinkitt's, you see the buildings, you see all of that, you could think the inflation in Sinkitt's is probably going to start to catch up to what it looks like in Nevis. And then people are going to generally need more money. Just like the average person need more money, the politicians are going to need more money. I don't think it's going to combat corruption. If a person is corrupt, they're corrupt. If the apple done rotten, they're going to be rotten. You see what I'm saying? I don't feel like the... Huh?
My only problem is, right?
Yeah.
I like with the AG. Because the AG is one of them who talk about this corruption thing.
Yeah.
And he getting like an extra $5,000 a month. And all of me ask myself, I say, so $5,000 a month is how we take a route of corruption?
That's what I'm
That's it?
saying. That's not it.
An extra
That's not
60
it at
grand a
all.
month? And that's how
60,000?
come I even feel like this ain't no big thing, you know?
Yeah, no. In the grand scheme of things, no. Because when you hear about political corruption, you're talking in the M's. So I don't think a little 10,000 can change a man who can pocket a little M's.
And the next thing I was saying, they would prime ministers and syndicates were not going to continue to get less money than the premier in Nevis. It was gonna go up. It was always gonna go. How you gonna get the premier make more money than you? Watch out. Even with the prime minister raise, he just barely now beat the premier.
Mm.
The two of them reach a 250,000. Congratulations to you both.
Yeah, congrats. Big up yourself, the leader of the country.
But another thing, I mean, it was never really surprising to me, personally. If you were to probably go back to some of my posts when the government did increase when they went in the house in the Christmas or November, when they did the raise for the civil servants and give out all of these fancy things and so on, and said that they were doing during that time. I did mention that everybody's going to be nice and happy, y'all know, but look out early next year for when they raise theirs, and theirs is going to be much more significant than what little thing they give to you all. I did say that because it actually came up at some point in some one of the house meetings that they had as well. That was the argument that was presented then was it's not them who is bringing it up. It was already put in there by the team unity government, and so they're just following what was there already. So to me, personally, it's not necessarily a new debate. I knew that it would have happened, so I knew it was coming. It's just now the people bringing it to the fore. One of the things that does, though, it helps to get people to, I guess, pay a little attention to how some of their monies are being spent, which really brings me to another question, which I guess takes it outside the box a little bit, but still at the same time very relevant to me. When Alan pointed out that the highest paid person is the Governor General. Now, so when we talk about the education and being 90+% literate,
No. Rastaman, I said they get the highest increase, but the prime minister gain more.
The judge don't make
okay, the
more.
highest increase. But okay, what is their pay in relation to the prime minister? How close it is?
The prime minister getting about 3,005 more. The deputy making more. The AG making more.
What does the judge make? The
The
resident
Governor
judge.
General. We're talking about the Governor General.
I don't see the judge one on this. This is the federal government list. So I'm gonna see the judge on this.
And then
Okay,
Nevis, the
okay,
judge makes the most, right?
okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, why should we, as intelligent people, continue to pay for the symbol of who we are supposed to be freed from? You
Yeah, but
see,
have
you're
you give
supposed to
somebody
be.
what from here, you know? Have you give somebody from here, Rasta man? Lad man. You from here? You from here? The woman from here? This
No,
is
no,
not
no, 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 no,
a
no, no, no,
European
no,
have
no,
you give
no,
them
no,
money
no,
at all?
no, no, no. Regardless of where they're from, this is what me say. Because
Oh,
psychologically, I have a problem with it. I am
okay.
So they should
supposed to be
just call it
free.
something else then. Just call it something else.
No, that is why we really need to get to that point of getting to the
Eh,
realization that we need to move to something else, yes. And maybe even get an executive president or something. So
yeah,
that
if they
that
call it
president
something
is
else, you
working
wouldn't
for
have a
the money.
problem. Okay.
Let she work for the money and he work for the money. Because we are supposed to be free. This is the thing what I'm getting at. Just like how I can't understand that I can't pass a law in the house unless a piece of wood is in the house that represents the Queen's authority, and they call it a mace. If somebody go in there and thief that, no lack of pass in the government house, you know.
That's true.
So
That's true.
why should we still be on that kind of level where the king's representation, because the governor general is the king's representative, and what that says is that the king can be everywhere. He could only be in England right now, but he still have say over these territories, and this person here represent me in this territory. And the king ain't paying shit. If it's the king were paying them, I wouldn't really necessarily got a problem with it. If it's the monarchy were paying them, okay, cool. If you want to just have a symbolic representation, but I paying out of my taxes. When we got independence, we didn't get anything from Britain, you know. Sim Daniel, I understand, started Nevis with $250,000. So when Nevis economy then now start from $250,000 what Sim Daniel get, and England never give us nothing. So we get freedom. This what these kind of things. That's what they say Rasta crazy and Rasta all of this. But these are the things that Rasta oppress. They use cannabis to criminalize us because these are the kind of philosophies that we were preaching, and this is what we're trying to get our people to get at. Why should we be paying for the symbol of who we are supposed to be freed from?
I said them from Sinkit and Nevis. That's my whole point. What I say is that from Sinkit and Nevis, the Governor General, the deputy, I saw her at the funeral as well. She from Nevis. I'm mean of when people when local people get money. If there was European, I might have been paying your side, but and you continue to persist with the cutting off of the colonial links. We still don't go link with England. In my perspective.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem linking from an independent perspective. Yeah, we could link and do business and whatever, but I don't have to be under your supervision and whatever I have to do. Because remember, the governor general ain't just a governor general. There's a lot of things that if she ain't signing on and he ain't signing on, I mean, it's unlikely it would happen because they are positioned at the recommendation of the prime minister. So it would be expected that he's going to appoint somebody who would what?
So okay, let me be practical. I get him. I send a thing over to the governor general. Reasonable. Me not sign. What gonna happen? Me not say. Me last me pen. Me not gonna pen out here. What do you think gonna happen in the real world in a practical sense? If once the thing is according to the farmer function, the premier does complain, but it's a rubber stamp. He does complain also a rubber stamp, but that the deputy governor general thing, as long as it's within the structure, they gonna put on the sign and the seal. If they don't do it, guess what? Guess who we ain't gonna have no more? No deputy governor general. We gonna change. Listen, you know,
They're gonna change.
As I watching a World War II thing right now, and it's telling me week by week. So I understand how things go when you're telling me on paper and conceptually this is how we go. There was points in the war when England telling Finland and Norway, "By we gonna send people, by we gonna send people," and you know who England may focus on? England. You know what I mean? I say, I know how this thing go for real, for real. But we go done with the bye. This is how you, because one of the things where the dangerous things where Banky said where I had one pull him up on. He was saying by good people need to go into politics. Good people like you have got good intention. No, them is dangerous people to go in politics. We need people who can maneuver within the shark and them. You understand? But deliver for the people. You ain't want nobody who go in there who naive and I just want to do good. I don't see them politicians that you got some of them in right now, sir. They just naive. They just want to do. You understand? But when we come down to real things and people need tangible things in their hand, and they want to see, as we say, the vision. it ain't gonna be just like this fairy tale. We gonna got to go into the grinding part of the thing now. And we not that we just right now we like a lot of fairy tale. This is how we gonna be and easy and so. Even when you're talking about this presidential thing, you got a lot of problems with that too. It wouldn't solve every single issue we got. Can't do it. And you're always gonna have regional governors. Ain't gonna nobody, no one man could run even son. Realistically, he gonna got to got somebody in St. Paul's, somebody in St. John's. This land gonna break up in a thing everywhere you go. You see how you work out. You're gonna need somebody to control an area. So governors gonna still have the problem. Their power, in my estimation. Mayors, whatever designation you choose to call these people underneath your president.
Yes, and you care to rebut?
Huh?
You care to rebut?
No, I understand. I understand his position. And it is being practical to some extent. I mean, I don't necessarily see it as rebutting, because it's not necessarily directly. I see where he's going, in the sense that we still have to be um, practical and deal with some sort of realities, because that's how the system is set to some extent. But to some extent, you always still have to agitate to change. It would take sometimes some tough leaders who may decide to take certain stance, and that is what it takes sometimes, instead of just following the leader. Feel like you necessarily just have to fall in line and do what, the Romans do. So I do understand from that perspective, but I guess we'll have to determine our destiny where that is concerned. Um, we do need to separate that the colonial side. If we don't attempt to detach ourselves to some extent, the games that seemingly were utilized by those then and are perpetuated by people who look like us, because that's one of the things that is tricking us as well, as Ira is putting, and not Ira, I mean as Alan is putting it. It's one of us, yes, but it's one of us representing a system that oppressed us. So it is still like, to me, it's like nearly a form of the same game that was played within Christianity. Like the missionaries came in, they were Caucasians, they look like the planters and the plantocracy. They came in, they taught us English, they taught us religion, and then they get one of us who, deem educated enough and could read enough, put him up on the pulpit, and then they're going to sit down in the congregation and make sure that he do what is expected. And if he doesn't do what is expected, then he remove and they get another one. And then the indoctrination continue by using one of us to continue to suppress us. So a lot of these things that we are seeing and saying, like, because it's still evident. I mean, Alan, even though you might say, yeah, somebody around us getting the money, but we're in 2024 and we still adhere to a system where we elect officials who even at this point don't pledge allegiance to us. So I mean, these things, yeah, we just take it for granted. Okay, you take out the Bible and you play allegiance to King Charles III, his heirs and his successors, but you ain't playing allegiance to the people who just cuss off the brother, not talk to the mother, not talk to the father. And at the end of the day, it brings us to the same point that Ira talked about when he said he went to political school. I did the political science course with the Democrat and the Republic. It's one bird and two wings, because at the end of the day, even after the election and you got the opposition and those who are elected, the opposition also take up the Bible and play allegiance to King Charles III, his years and his successors. And they are also being paid from us, the taxpayers as well. So technically, it's just a scheme to continue the game, divide and rule, conquer, keep the people distracted with the petty little things, while, hey, we still have a sovereign parliament, because when we go in there, like, I mean, we say we're democratic, but really are we democratic when we hire some people and we got to wait for 5 years to take them out, or depend on a vote of no confidence to take them out if we feel like they ain't doing the job, when is we the boss? This kind of things, you
That's
laugh, but that's the
democracy.
reality. But
No, but that's
we're the boss.
democracy, Rastaman.
We're the boss. I hire you.
What would you rather?
I
Give
hire
me an
you
alternative.
to do a job for me. You ain't doing the job. I feel like you ain't doing the job for me. But I can't move you. But what democracy that?
May I ask a question? When you have hired me, does the job have a particular tenure? Is there a duration attached to the job? Is there a duration?
Yeah.
How long I got to do the job?
5 years, 5 years, according to our constitution.
Well, if I in the first year, well then where you make case for? And even if you have a problem, after the 5 years, that's when you exercise your rights. That's democracy, you know? We not got to be with nobody all the time. Your phone switch on all.
Yeah, you shake him.
Your phone switch on your guns off. I believe.
Watch here. You hire me. I'm sorry, me hire you to build my house. You're my contractor. You start to build my house. And well, we had a plan. We put it that way then, because when I hire you based on the plan that you present to me. You start to build my house. And partway between building my house, I start to realize that you ain't going according to the plan, and seemingly you are not capable of doing the job that you said, I thought that you were capable of doing. In that case, even if it is at a loss, I have the option of getting rid of you and getting another contractor, even if the job is not done. But in this case, that's why I'm saying this kind of this politics, as you call it, democracy, is very interesting, because it's the only scenario where the employers don't have a say. The employees get to dictate and even want to be called boss and all. We call them boss, hey boss, when in reality we are the boss. So these are the kind of mindset until we start to get this re-engineering, our mind re-engineer to that kind of concept. They are going to continue playing the games because they realize, we could do this, make it look like we are fighting and argue on one another, and then we meet up at a party and drink together and eat together and laugh at them, because at the end of the day, even though the opposition might not get as much as those who are elected, the opposition still get paid too. So this increase in the salary, the opposition benefit and increase as well too. So when you have a case like that, that's why I say it's a sovereign parliament, because technically you think the opposition going in, they go oppose the raise of salary of their own salary as well.
Members of the opposition did go in there and do just that.
Did they not get an increase?
What have you for me now?
Did they get an increase?
Yeah,
listen,
how you mean?
No, you want to shift the goalpost. He said none of them.
No, I just want to know if they got an increase too.
Yeah, but they went in still.
But I want to know. They got one and they still opposed.
Yes.
I didn't hear. So thanks for the correction. I didn't hear. So I stand corrected. I didn't hear. I didn't get to listen to the house and whatever. So I don't know what grounds. I don't know what grounds they argued against. But even so, it's still all about the optics of it, because at the end of the day, even if they make a little argument or whatever, they know they're not even close to the eyes. So at the end of the day, they're still gonna get the raise anyway.
Me in here now.
Rastaman is very hard to even when something happen where you say can't happen, it's very difficult when it happen and then you're gonna still come back and discredit it. Some kind of point in time you got to draw a line and say, oh my God, I'm gonna give them credit. Even if you get it, because you got to understand both things can be true. So it does not take away from your point to say, you do it. Both things could be true. But my God, you're gonna got to draw some kind of line. Because watch out, hear what you tell me can I tell you it happen and then you still gonna come back and discredit it. How we gonna progress? If I
No, no,
saw we
no.
gonna approach
I
the
did say,
thing.
I did tell you I stand corrected because I didn't hear. So I didn't discredit it. I just come
I
back and tell you.
understand, but that's what I'm telling you. You discredit the part when because hear what you say. It's just for sure. Lord, I must say Rasta man. At some point in time, you got to
Okay,
say, Lord, do it.
okay,
That's what
okay.
I'm saying.
I got you. I get you. I get you. I
We
get
can't
you.
be skeptical at every point in time. Otherwise, because you gotta remember to you don't want to do something. So when you want to push forward your message, and at every moment in time, people skeptical, skeptical, at some point in time, you got to say, boy, you do it. It still benefit, but you do it.
Right,
Otherwise,
right.
cause remember, we deal with energy and energy circle. That's how come I tell you when people get money, you ain't gonna find me unless them thief them. And I ain't gonna be there to say, buy you get too much. It's gonna be very difficult for me personally. Yeah, they don't know what to come up and now they don't work home. But if they might do some kind of work, it's gonna be hard on me.
You want the same here.
Um,
Wait. Me not get to say nothing about the whole governor general thing. All I want to say, I do understand both perspectives. I understand from the Rastaman standpoint as well. Remember, Rasta, the whole movement of Rastafari is really against oppression. So he gonna always stand firm when there's anything to do with that system of oppression, regardless to what it looks like today, right? So back in the day, that was the system of oppression, still to some extent the system of oppression. So the Rastaman would definitely want to see the oppressor away and far away. And I do understand though politics is not a bubble. We're not doing the political thing in a bubble. So us removing that oppressor might have further implications on our society that we may not be able to see. You want to say something?
when you say the system of oppression, you could be specific.
I'm just saying what the Rastaman is referring to as the
Oh,
governor general
because
and stuff. Yeah.
I could be specific when I'm talking about the system of oppression. But I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
just
yeah.
asking.
Yeah. No, I just making a reference to what the Rastaman, and I'm talking more to like if you remove that now, then you might be seen as hostile. So you being hostile now, and you have a a dependency on that market, the European market, the UK market, especially with tourism on a small level, and then also you also want your passport visa proof, visa free when traveling because we depend heavily on CBI, and you start to make certain moves like this, you see them as hostile. These are political moves. So once you decide you're gonna make a move like this, then they might react because we all know how physics go. A reaction, you there's an action for the reaction. There's a reaction for the action, right? So when you decide, okay, I want to remove England off of my money, I want to remove England out of my parliament, I want to abolish England from everything, then England might say, well, I want to abolish you. Who is going to face the harder consequence at that point in time is the question. And it might just be me being petty, but the fact that we're holding on to it, there might also be another reason that we really have to examine from not a surface level, but a deeper level. And that's all I would say.
Well, I mean, I hear that and I hear that argument presented, but then if you look at the evidence to some extent, I don't think anywhere in the Caribbean was more British than Barbados, and we see that Barbados made that move. Um, the thing is, one of the things, I don't expect something to necessarily happen overnight, right? The thing is, just like with the cannabis issue, similarly, I would say with this issue, we're not necessarily hearing any debate and discussions and opportunities for engagement on some of these topics, which is necessary for it to be actually even a talking point. We would have heard, and I think it's critical also because when we look at even the deeper politics of it, on one side, we hear the Prime Minister, I think when he went to England, I don't remember if it was the coronation of King Charles or if it was when Queen Elizabeth got buried or whatever the case may be. But some one of those trips, he pointed out in England that in an interview that before his term ends, he's going to seek to get St. Kitts and Nevis to become a republic. So the Prime Minister said that, right, before his term ends. Now, so far, I don't recall. I think I recall maybe I think I heard one discussion at some point about that topic, but we have not heard any engagement from that. On the flip side now, I'm hearing from the Navy side of things that from the politicians on the Navy side, that question was asked on a talk show. And the response from the politicians then, from the Navy's end, was, they don't see that as anything, of any urgency, and it's only just removing the governor general and replace him with another person, one of our own, to be a president, and I guess that argument would be just only from the solely ceremonial presidential side. And that's why I'm saying with an engagement of the debate and the topic and so on, then we would also be able to put into question even the possibility of having an executive president versus a ceremonial president. And some of these other topics of discussion on where the people are, if they are even in the mind frame to entertain that move and understanding of what it really means for the people on a whole. Because yes, even though it is ceremonial, it still have a fundamental emotional attachment, especially to some people. The fact that we still seek to want to continue to perpetuate that system without even looking to address it in any way, shape, or form. So that is
System.
huh?
What system you referring to?
The system. The still continued Westminster colonial type system that we inherited from ancients, because the only thing I've really changed is those, like I said, with the church, similar to the church. We had the plantocracy. Those who were removed from the plantocracy who are not Caucasians are replaced by people who look like me and you, who still continue to perpetuate a system that was never designed for us in the first place. It was never designed for us, the people, to benefit. And that is why, no matter how, we still have that upper class, lower class system where you would have those who are in certain positions making 10 and 20 times the average individual. And then you look at what we are seeing, and we're seeing it play out still. Look at what we are seeing here. We're talking about the salaries for the ministers of government versus what the minimum wage is. And they were arguing the other day to actually even bring up the minimum wage to whatever, whatever it is. So you have that wide gap, and we understand, as long as I understand the politics, that these things can only happen if that sort of system is continued where you have a rich upper class and a lower class. So you would always have those up there. When things get tough, they could always come and tell them and take it easy and give you $200 and make you feel good. And you $500. If you get in only $300 a week and a man give you $500 just so, but you feel good, you don't vote for him.
Um,
But the
uh,
reality
um, um,
is, yes, go ahead.
I was saying I'm happy now, Kaya. You get down to the roots of the thing because this is where I need you to go absolutely. As far as systems, well, I just want to ask you one more question. Is there a system that you prefer over capitalism?
A system
Have you
that I
found one
prefer
over
over over
capitalism?
over capitalism
Yes. Have you
that
encountered one that,
works.
listen, I'm giving you the floor. Have you found anything that is an
What do you mean?
alternative to capitalism that you
Of
feel like,
course.
speak to me. Y'all have the floor. I'm learning.
Watch here.
Well,
This
you
capitalist
see,
system that would be. You go hear me now?
I got to,
Yeah,
yeah,
which
yeah,
one?
yeah,
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 go
yeah,
ahead,
which,
yeah.
yeah, you go.
All right.
go ahead, Banky.
All right. Well, I didn't get to touch part with the raise in salary. So I could touch on that and we go base back in and we're gonna jump into the capitalist system. Because a capitalist system is by all means necessary, at any cost, by debt, by whatever it is, can you not pay the man money? So his enslavement continues since 1444, never ended. Because what happened, when you go back in ancient Kemet, can remember it was one landmass, not divided. It was just one people moving up and down the place wherever it is one landmass as one people. All this started when the Europeans entered North Africa, and went mad. Because when you see people like Mansa Musa and the places in Ghana and Mali and the places with the motor gold and all these things, and the people are living humble
Rasta,
amongst themselves as family as one.
Rasta man, me
They
not try
turn it
cut you.
into,
Rasta man, me
yeah.
not try cut you. I be can go all the way back at
God.
ancient Kemet.
No, no, no,
What is the
but me tell you
system?
no. Yeah, well, the
Yeah,
system
but
in
what?
place now, if I educate people, virgin, because what happened now is happened because of 325 BC, 333 in the you understand, up to third in the council of Nicene, when they turned the ancient Christianity into Christendom and start to tax the people and start to turn the real Christianity into politics. You see, by taxation, and it never changed. It never changed. It's all about greed, brethren. If you check around, it's all about money, 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 and status. We adapt a system, and actually, the church is corporate. So when it comes to capitalism, no matter you turn it, it's going to all be slavery as you look at it.
Rasta
Because
man,
don't put the preachers on them. Listen to
Rasta
me,
man.
let me finish up my point, and then you can come
Okay,
in.
okay,
I'll be
okay,
moving
okay,
forward.
got it. All right.
Because the people listening, remember people listening us, So we got to show people where things started. You see what I'm trying to show you? Because I understand it, Virgin. I've been analyzing these things since me a youth. Everything is just money. So me say, Virgin, if you don't have money, you can't live. Of course you can live without money. Because money don't have no value, remember that, If they just printed. Because me and you I live amongst ourselves and we are trade and a barter. We don't need money to live. We have set things in place. Check it out. You go to work out your house to work for 8, 10, 12 hours a day. You don't have time for yourself, because you're not spending time with your family yet. And people don't care about you. The capitalist system don't work. We have been conditioned for materialistic things and caste system and classes. I, for one, don't care about money. And if my wife want to see me face vex, make me them talk about money. Spend half all, me not care. Because money don't make me happy, virgin. But that's what the masses. It's just like, I mean, come on. If I okay, let's say hypothetically, I going to work, I going to say, okay, I'm going to be a politician. Virgin, whatever the minimum wage is what I want, because that's why I'm supposed to get minimum wage, and that's supposed to be gas money for gas in the car. I suppose you well established and have my business, living off my business, and not have the taxpayers' money, virgin. That don't work. This thing is set up wrong. The preachers want big pay, most of them. The lawyers them want big pay, most of them, all of them. The politicians them want big pay, and and all of them have good degrees. All kind of different all kind of things they have. We'll live off of that, the virgin. You come in to save the poor people, go for the interest of the poor people. So why you want to get all these high all these things for? And I hear poor people make excuse for these politicians. Well, continue to make excuse for them because that's what I want. Because I see things what it is. I can't take this shade, the glasses off my eyes and make me see it any better. They should not be getting more money than whatever the minimum wage is. And that is just my opinion. I ain't got anything in a politician. And then I hear the Attorney General on the radio station this morning making all kind of excuses, bringing in Jamaica, bringing in this. It is wrong still, virgin. No politician, nowhere. Check out all of them is the same. They're all drinking out the same cup. When it's NRPC and from Labour, it's just the better of the worst evil. All of them are the same thing. Why none of them stand up and say that the opposition and they say that the Speaker House said they don't want this ways? Why none of them say it? All they take it. What they take it for? They didn't have to take it. Judges didn't have to take it. Clear didn't have to take it. Speakers of the House didn't have to take it. But they all singing out the same cup. It's all greed, virgin. That's just reality. It's just greed. And then you're going to tell a poor man when you're getting $27,000 a month, with all kind of perks and this and that. Or say about your children $400 a week. And put in weave, or stop wearing nice shoes, or stop then start cost the boys and them. When you know the $25,000 you ain't good enough for you, you want more than that. And you want me to entertain that virgin? I'm going to entertain a preacher man, a politician, all those love more than the money. I'm not entertain it, I'm not understand about it, virgin. Who I make excuse for them? I listen to ZZ and a young man speaking. So if I was a politician, I ain't gonna work for the 5,000. I was disappointed when I hear Devon speaking like that. So I guess somebody's a future aspiring politician, so Devon want big money too. So by the time Devon get the $30,000 a month he make. But these are things I'm listening on the radio station and people entertain these things. People entertain these things. All this here I've been hearing is all increase, and all kind of different bills here, just increase. Dark food gone up, water bill gone up. Well, how far am I going to get the price of food? This gone up, this everything I go up. Any politician or anybody who impose high taxes on the people does not love the people. Straight up, no excuse across the board, virgin. And that's just what it is. Why would I want to represent the poor people, which is the masses, and I get him more than the minimum wage? Bloomberg take $1 because he was a billionaire when he was the mayor of New York. You know what I'm saying? $1. Because you might have a business set. Why would they take the payers' money? But yeah, you know, you're going to do other businesses, whatever. That's what they're going to do. You understand? For the friend, pass laws, which and all this stuff, but making a politician, this capitalist system, it don't work. It's enslavement at its highest. Enslavement. That's what it is. And me ain't a slave. So who love it? Because they love slavery and they love monopoly because it's all about money. Everything is corporation. Church is a corporation. Don't pay the churchman and the preacher them save the go preach, no? Because he want later to pay, this have to pay, and all of them getting big free taxes. Church getting not kind of free taxes, you know. Just that the politician them not getting housing allowance, this allowance. Well, they don't live in a house. What do I want housing allowance for? We are housing allowance for. You're supposed to have a business as an engineer, as a doctor, paying your own bills, brethren. So why you going there if you can make your money in your practice, stop inside there and don't take the pay because you know the country hard. So where you take all these big salaries for? That's just my piece.
Look like Alan knows the electricity.
Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody, you know, and sometimes it's always good to hear different perspective as well. You know, as Banky was putting across that perspective, right? Like as I was listening to you, a couple of things like ran back through my mind. One of them took me back to listening to Sir Probin Innis when he made his address in relation to coming to you, Alan, when he made his speech in regards to the Buckley's uprising and St. Kitts. And one of the things that he pointed out in the Buckley's Uprising, right? One of the things that he was pointing out was at that point, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, well, mainly St. Kitts because I guess the uprising took place in St. Kitts, they were at the point where they were ready for self-governance. This was 1935. This was way before the thought of even independence. But the people of St. Kitts were in the frame of mind, the revolutionary frame of mind of self-governance. Then they brought in this elected councillor, whatever process they brought in, which some opposed. Then we looked at the model, and this is why I said, in terms of Rastafari, people need to understand, if people really go back and look at the history of Rastafari, they would realize that the threat of Rastafari was not no smoking of cannabis. The threat of Rastafari was that Rastafari was creating a system where the society was governed amongst itself. So with the Pinnacle, with Leonard P. Howell, when the man went and shut down Pinnacle, it was because they were threatened by the fact that here is this man came and bought X amount of land and then allowed all the Rastaman them in the community to come and live. You had whether it's carpenter, doctor, you know what I mean, and they just live. They plant the cannabis, and I think cannabis was a part of the commercial trade and so on. And they did what they were doing, and they were successful. And they felt that they were a threat because it means now these people are showing the society that they should not follow the king and his orders and them foolishness whatever deal with. And see we could sustain ourselves and do what we need to do. And govern ourselves without having to have any problems, and we don't need no police and we don't need no whatever. So it can be done. So in terms of a model, we have a model. We demonstrated a model, but it has always been sought to be fight down. I mean, I see Alan Runway again. He had his hand up, but whenever he's ready to come back. But basically, that I mean, there is that aspect, and I think even in recent times, I'm hearing that talk right now. I don't know how many have heard this theory where they're saying now they're getting to the point where they, based on how they're doing things right now with technology, soon there's going to be a point where they won't even have elections because they're going to be dealing with predictions. So they will be able to predict, leaderships, and who will be, I guess they'll use the whatever social media, AI, whatever technology and prediction to determine who is most popular and whatever, these kind of things. So these are things that futuristic thinking, because remember we're becoming an AI people just now, there's a whole other system of things that we got to look at. So anyway, Alan, yes, I see you had your hand up, so you're back.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick interjection. So I got 10 minutes and I answer my question. And that's the difficulty that we have.
The people can be a part of the people can be a part of the system of the government.
I'm speaking, I have not spoken for 20 seconds and me can't get in what me say, but I let how you do. Could I get in? Banky speak for the majority, criticizing capitalism. He did not give an alternative. You gave an example of.
Let me apologize for that.
Listen, you see what I mean? I got to let me
No,
get off.
I didn't give an example, so I'm just apologize. But there's some government where the people can be a part of the government.
It's a my time to get off right now, though.
Go ahead, no problem.
Me got to get off now.
No, that's fine. Go ahead. I was just saying that.
Rasta, you say that Rasta show a model. You can give me this style of governance though, or the system which is proven. And all what me ask are you know. Because I know capitalism guy issues. But the alternative systems that I have seen in working, particularly if I am talking about economically, and then the next thing about this thing with the Queen and the issues that we have with the Queen. Have you all examined the Spanish colonies and the Dutch colonies and the French colonies? When we're looking at system, we're looking at the laws. One thing at least what we get from England, them people made good laws. We could tweak them.
What is a good law?
The system, what them man come up with, and I'm not speaking specifically, and I'm going to tell you, well, the gun act this. I'm saying the system that they came up with for producing laws, if you compare that to every other system that has been implied throughout this world, that's the best what we come up with.
You can't make up a system that's already in place before.
You can't fight it until you got something better. And with regards to capitalism,
yes.
With regards to capitalism, I ain't seen Nevis as a socialist country. Communism is worse. If you want people really start to dead, that worse. Socialism,
yeah, what I'm
and if I feel like capitalism is bad, where one man could get this amount of money, how is it gonna work when everybody ain't got nothing? Everybody got the same. How that gonna work out? When me push more work and I deserve to get, but the government say, well, bye, socialists, all of it is for the system. That's how come me tell I understand how the fairy tale so on, no? But when we're dealing with the real practicalities of this thing, but I can't beat capitalism right now.
No, that's
I
fine.
can't beat the system.
No, so the overall projection is that we are just what the purpose for us being here then?
You see,
What's
no,
the
you want to
purpose?
shift it and
No, it's not shifting. It's not
change the
shifting because
goalposts.
no, it's not shifting.
You
Because
could
we reasoning.
watch here. You could when you're talking about what are we here for? Anybody could
Yeah.
find a purpose. I would encourage everybody to find a purpose. Whatever the
Yes.
purpose is, I can't tell you what the purpose is because everybody unique. You might
But from what
one
you
might
see,
gravitate to this, another might gravitate to that. Regardless of whatever system it be though. Economics can come into this. They got money in China and they got classes in China in the same socialist societies, although they, you gotta remember how socialism work, you know? Them man gonna say all be equal and they gonna be fat. At least in a capitalism, I got a chance to be fat too. Could do me one thing.
yeah, but
But if
these are
I
just
haven't
terminology.
if I haven't convinced me that the system is so bad, I haven't go really push a little harder.
Yeah, but
We
Virgin,
can't
all
just be
these systems just
on
like the
this.
same way.
And you want me to tell you what the biggest problem is? I can't identify the system and I can't give me an alternative.
Yeah, but
I
what
can't
you're not like
identify the mechanisms and so it, and that's my biggest problem.
nah
Them
man, it's
English
not a big
people give
you're
me
wise
a good
youth.
system, but
Yeah, but Alan, you're wise youth, and you can
yeah,
see what causing all these issues is the laws that are put in place, and we're everybody is like, okay, I hear the Attorney General say when she called up a set of different areas in the chambers of commerce and this person of the central bank, all kind of people in different positions throughout the societies that they give them were a part of the commission for them to get the raise and this and that. By calling out all these, and then the youth parliament member, all those are influencers, all of them hold the same head. That's how, all of them hold the same, when you call it, I say, if you can analyze, they all sit there on the same table holding the same head. So they never say no. You see what I mean? The church, the
Rastaman,
clergy, that's the reality. It's all about
Rastaman,
all the same.
Rastaman. You know who does decide how much the church gonna make? Church people. So who gonna decide how much government people gonna make? Government people. That's how this thing work. If we dealing okay. If who decide right now how much people they sell the cannabis for? When a man sell a herb,
Right?
he sell it herb however he do. Whatever is
I
your
got
business,
you.
you gonna determine that. So up to now, me still no. Damn, me tell her, me still no see nothing wrong.
Of course not.
Of
We don't
course,
expect everybody to think the same way. That's fine. But we have to find a better way where people got to be inclusive, Virgin. You got to be inclusive. A lot of the stuff that goes on in government and stuff, certain things, you understand, you got to be inclusive when it comes to making decisions on behalf of the people. You can't, if because somebody elect you there, for whatever reason, you have the authority to, well, I guess that's what we feel like they put me this because we want and whatever. And just so you're talking about all this mismanaging and all this 30-year mortgage and I were talking about, which means they have the right to keep this 30-year mortgage then and do what they want then. Since nobody been held accountable for these things, so I can understand these kind of systems where, okay, may start a project, 30 years later, I will come in, if no one can, whatever it is, so I'll keep doing stuff like this. Because nobody been held accountable. You see, but if I go down the road, pick up a sweetie, I get 20 years for a sweetie. But this white collar crime and all these things, these people doing 40 and 60%, 70% of the taxpayers' money can go accounted for. And all these things is a good system. We got to see things what it is because that's just reality, Virgin. All I've been hearing from since the year start is all kind of taxes, high taxes. Watch me not bad for me, you know. Cause me never cry about money yet. Cause me a business about money. Cause whatever the bill me pay it, me not cry. I speak for who can't afford these things. When I speak, I don't speak for me, you know. Cause me don't have to talk. You go keep quiet and lock me foot and smoke me herb and don't give a kicks for going on around me. But I can't see other people suffering and don't speak. So when I speak, I don't represent myself. I got youths too. And then when people do things and put things in place, and then my youth have to deal with these kind of dumb laws and dumb ways that some wise guy think. Nah, because they're taking me for a fool and using my youth. So I got issue with that. So I speak for my youth and my nieces and whoever else can speak for themselves. Certain things, if you mean well, so I know most of these politicians are scumbags, man. That's what they are, scumbags. And that's just reality. You see, they wanted to come and beg them and call them boss, 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 which means master. And they're not correctly calibrating. Because remember, they went to school for over 100 years. So they know you're calling them master because they want to keep begging them. You get constituency money. We got to have things in place if you're going to get Virgin. Put the policies in place where you get constituency money. You can't say, oh, well, 1,000 people going to beg me and the money done and me dip into my pocket or me done me not got no money. Really? Who you fooling? Me blind, because even the blind can see how they living. Most of them put on weight because they eating for free, and you see it, where they swell up so bad, most of it. Because it's greed, Virgin, and we know it's better to just greed. It's just greed.
Alan, back to your original question, right? In terms of, as I listened to the exchange between you and Banky just a while ago, right? Where you said that show you a system that is, more effective than the capitalist system that was left, and you said that Britain left a, excellent trail in terms of the laws and all that, right? Um, we look at one of the issues I look at here is it we have, even when we address like our constitution that was given to us, St. Kitts and Nevis, all of the politicians, I think, from since our independence in 1983, all of the politicians have come and have said that there are flaws in the constitution and there are things that needs adjusting and there are things that needs amending and there are things that needs to be done, but none of them have the will to make the changes. So we have a system here, and we are saying that the system is not effective. You ask a question about an alternative system. I'll show you one that works. What about the possibility of creating a system that works for you and for your people? Like we look at what's going on. Like let's look at the steps that's taken by the Belgian Burkina Faso. We look at Haiti and the revolutionary move that they made. But you see that there's still that neo-colonial sentimentality where they will do whatever it takes to maintain their system and to keep their system. So whenever something that comes up that may even look like it would threaten or make sense, like even with Gaddafi and what he was doing with the gold and all that. They make Gaddafi out to be the worst in the world when he was working on a system that, if given credence, would have put Africa and even these parts of the world here in a totally different position. Anyway, go ahead, Alan.
I forget my question.
But we can create a system that works for us without having to adhere to even any other system that you may think.
I remember,
Mhm.
a lot of people feel like, why we don't do a revolution? Why we can't do this? They never talk to nobody who understand what we're gonna need to do from a military standpoint. They don't know what we need to do from a political standpoint. They don't know what we need to do from a financial standpoint. You know what I feel like? Let we just go mash them up. What are we gonna replace it with? I hear you saying, why not create a system? So now you're talking about a trial and error situation. And then not only that, you're going past the thousands of years of history what we got to feel like, because this is the human mind. We could do it better. We could do it perfect. So you're going past all of that to feel like we are going to be able to make up something now. We're going to be better. And even if I acknowledge what you're saying with all of that, it still don't defeat the fact that out of all of them possibilities, we not beat capitalism yet. You could
You
speak
see
about the
what you're saying
issues.
there, right?
We could perfect it
But hold
maybe,
on, Banky, because what I'm hearing,
but
what
we
I'm
ain't
hearing
beat it.
Alan saying here is almost like the kind of
Mhm.
argument that is made by a woman who is in a abusive relationship, and you know what I mean. She knows she need to get out of that, but you're saying by like you know what I mean, you're saying yeah, I'm gonna stick in here because like I don't know what is out there, and I don't know if anything is better out there. So me ain't gonna make an effort. I'm gonna still stick in here, even though these people abuse me, even though I'm getting abused, even though this thing ain't necessarily working for me. I'm gonna hold on still and work with it. Yeah.
Rasta man, I just tell you, we have been civilized in various parts of the world, various societies. So when me tell you about systems, nobody feel like I'm just talking about a European model, uh, uh, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Asian models, um, them Arabs, African models. We have not yet eclipsed, and no relationship is gonna have thousands of years of civilization to study from to know that man ya bad. So it's just a bad analogy, because what I'm saying is a lot of people put their mind to this. Louis, you don't think that somebody would be famous for creating a new system?
So
What would
then,
be a more
let the famous person let a famous person come out and think it's an Evis. You know what I mean? I got a problem with that. You
yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
but
That
what
my thing is.
yeah,
Mhm.
but what I'm saying is we don't beat the capitalism yet, because every time me hear you talk about capitalism, I bash. But I don't hear you talk about none of the positives. You can name one? Are there
No,
any?
because it's not. You see, Alan, I'm speaking it from a perspective from where it's come from and how it was forced upon the people and modeled into something of taxation. That's the point I'm getting at, and that's where
Rastaman,
it just becomes economic. Is it
there
reality?
has never been a model from since we had civilization when it involved taxation. Because as long as all our begun got common roads and common water and all them kind of thing there, where the money gonna come from? Where is it gonna come from?
Where money
At that
come?
moment in
Where
time,
the
we
money come
all got
from?
to put
Which
in
money?
our little 2 cents.
Which money? Which money? Which money? Because level, it wasn't always like this, you know, Alan. You have to remember this, you know. This is what we know it as now, because it was forced upon us. It is. That's just what it is.
Um,
So you want to keep enslaving
Well,
people?
see,
Just keep
Alan,
enslaving people for a
Banky,
dollar.
Banky, Alan.
Hey.
One of the things, one of the things is right. We are not going to, we are not going to get much of a change, really, because a lot of these people who are in these positions, right, take the position of if the bottle ain't break, if the glass ain't break, why try to fix it? So they continue, their mission is to continue to keep the people, the masses, ignorant and not entertain these kind of discussions here. Because you see, until we have more of these kind of discussions, until the masses could be engaged in these kind of intellectual discourse, right, and bring these topics to the people, we're not going to have that kind of level, because those who should be bringing these kind of discourse to the people are more geared and playing the game, as Ira pointed out, that their objective is to win. So
Yeah.
they will do whatever to keep you distracted with the petty little arguments and the little riffraff and the nigger story and who got on shoes and who went wherever and all these little petty things. And then these things are not addressed. And then those people
But
would continue to
mhm.
be the minority, because whatever they're promoting will be popularized. And then you are deemed as rebellious or revolutionary. Like I always even say, they talk about Buckley's, they call it Buckley's riot. You know, riot. And they use these kind of terminologies to kind of still keep you, down pressed. And so Rastafari was ridiculed because, not because, under cannabis, they use cannabis, but because we were bringing this kind of philosophy that will cause a revolutionary thought process in the minds of the people and have them to look at it differently, and then we would have more people maybe thinking,
well, how
what
come that
Alan
stop?
talking about, we could really make some
How come that
changes.
stop? How come that stop?
How come it stop?
Yeah, because
How come it stop?
if Rasta energy get cut due to them things there, me not feel like the energy stop. So how come where the revolutionary them there then? That's what I mean.
We don't have
But
we
you
don't
know,
have no
you
data,
ask how
Alan.
come it stop, Alan? You ask how come it stop?
We
Where they there?
people are
You know that there was a dread act. You know there was a dread act in Dominica where there was a
That
point where you could have shoot, you could have
think it's a
shoot a
Nevis
Rasta
stuff.
man on sight. No, 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 no,
And
no, no,
think
no,
it's
no, no, no.
a Nevis flag in other topics there. And think it's a Nevis
Our
flag in other topics there.
No, but
The topics.
the fight and
So
oppression, the fight and oppression for Rastafari, who were and are most of the people who kind of keep this sort of debate and discussion on the table, was a regional oppression. And what was so challenging about the oppression, and I always tell people that Rastafari and the treatment meted out to Rastafari, to me, was worse than the transatlantic slave trade, because it wasn't
what?
the Europeans who
It's
oppressed
only like a clear
Rastafari.
no boy. It's only
It
like a
was
clear
no,
no.
it wasn't the oppressor. It wasn't the oppressor who oppressing Rastafari. It was the same people who went to the transatlantic slave trade, who went to all of that struggle there, were fighting against Rastafari. So it was not just the watch out. During them time there, the society, community used to help the police hold on Rastafari and trim the locks, cut off the hair, bring them in. You had
And think it's a Nevis?
the incident in Jamaica where they
That they
say
have me
bring
in
them
think
in
it's
dead or
Nevis?
alive.
That they have me in think
No,
it's a
that
Nevis?
didn't happen exactly in Sinkis and Nevis,
No.
but as a result, the Rastafari all over suffer the same persecution. It's only in recent time. Look at me. I end up being the first Rastafari teacher in Nevis. You know the struggles I had to go through even for that. So we still have the oppression. We're still fighting even in recent times. It's just the other day they allowed Rasta to come school, relax. So the struggle still continue. So because a lot of things now, we break down a lot of barriers. Some people take a lot of things for granted because Rasta now come a style now too. And even as a result, some of the fundamentals of the movement of Rastafari get trickled down. And so a lot of these talks of the talks of reparations, talks of repatriation, talks of African connection, these kind of things, we don't really hear much of it because he's only talking about cannabis and the ital food and the little physical attributes of Rastafari that is given credence in society, the ice, green, and gold, and these kind of little things. But in terms of and the same thing is played out even with the Bob Marley. A lot of people follow Bob Marley and love Bob Marley because of the music. But how many really deal with Bob Marley because of what Bob Marley was teaching and preaching? You see? So these are the kind of things. They love Bob Marley. Bob Marley right now is the biggest poster shop promoting tourism. And see what we're talking about right now. Rasta still get persecution. They got Bob Marley in the tourism office with a big spliff in the mouth. And you could have, when you go to Jamaica and you try to smoke a spliff, they lock you up before it was decriminalized. And see Rasta still go through this persecution. So the struggle not done. So in a really change. So we still there. People like Muta Baruka, them still there. I push Sister
Yeah,
Kabu
but
and all the others who dead, they still do that.
I want some fresh one now, man.
Them had some persecution, man. I remember when we did this show. I remember Ras Ira talk about how the police them had go to one elder and take the stick and turn up the pot and these kind of
Yeah,
things.
but all them things there.
They had persecutions that happened. Maybe not to the extent in which it happened with the dreadlock and stuff. You know, even with me, you know, when I tried to get something that I deemed that was owed to me because I'm working for a government, and when I go to the human resources and the people in human resources are telling me, oh, I must cut me here or cover me here, you know, while I talking about compensation, you know, I talking about paying me, they're telling me about my hair. So it seemed like my hair was the topic. My hair was the reason why I couldn't get a salary increase. So I personally had to deal with the threats of being suspended because I refused to cover my hair. You know, I'm not Rasta, but I do know that the hairstyle that I bear is an Afrocentric hairstyle, and at a young age, I realized at some point in time I'm going to want to wear locks on my head, and with that small thing, I realized again this the students for a very long time were forced and they were discriminated against because they had to cover their hair and do other things. You know, they face some persecution, so we can't just act as if they never face anything in St. Kitts and Nevis at all, at all. Maybe not to the
No,
extent
Alan is pretty
where they were
Alan
shot.
is pretty young, and maybe he ain't really get to reason with a lot of the elder
No,
Rastafari them who
no,
really
Alan,
go through Watch it,
no,
Alan,
no.
watch here.
Here what my specific thing is, right? I am not going to, I'm not gonna take somebody else's struggle and put it on my struggle. You understand? Me don't want no regional struggle. Me talk about Sinkits and Nevis. Because it's not a Dominican police do a Sinkit man nothing unless he been there at Dominica. So that's how come me try to say me no want them struggle for me. Cause in the same way, when me got to meeting, they ain't gonna be able to cut up my suffering and my struggle and say, boy, I feel it to Alan boy. You know what I mean? Me went through that little boy. Maybe feel like I'm too. No, I went through it.
Okay.
I appreciate that you have some empathy, but that's not your struggle. It's my struggle. You could support me
Earlier,
through
right?
my struggle, but you could never say it's your struggle. That's my point.
Earlier, Dr. Garden mentioned the Constitution of St. Kitts and Nevis and how we are just different and unique in something that was put in place for the citizens and not just, you understand, for them to benefit on certain things. And when you check all the other Caribbean countries, it's almost even in the world, we are just unique in that way. But at the same time, unique in that way, we still have the same. If it's like you live in New York, you live in wherever you live at, this struggle is the systems basically the same, you know. You see this a certain set of people struggle, and the same people who tell them, oh, they're working 2, 3, 4 jobs. They work, when there's people working in a year time, these people making in a month. And then I hear the Attorney General say, oh, no PSR, no director. Well, I don't even think, but he said PS. Don't let me say director. No PS in government work harder than no minister. I said, well, sir, when the PS is the one and the technocrats, then putting all this information, give it to the minister, sometimes more or less write the speeches, and they go and read off a paper, and he going to get, Virgin, this up, let me, Dick Gregory, John Henry Clark, and I can go on and on and on and on and on, you know what I mean? It's a Hillary. Everything is just a game. It's all a game. It's all a game to understand, to manipulate those who can all sit around, think they're smart and got their own alliance and the alpha, beta, this and that, and gamma, web, universities and whatever, and Greek, wherever. It's all a game. And you cannot persuade me to see things any other way because it is what it is. Greed. That's why we have to have the world going how it is. The more they're bombing each other and killing off each other, they all look alike, you know. They all look alike, but we're talking about, you see what I mean? And the same one who killing off and dropping bomb, the smile, we can making a lot of money off of it. Because why is big business? Gas, plane, parts, bullet, food, clothes, rebuild this. You understand? Town got to build back. Just annihilate the people live in front of you. Don't care, kill children, just annihilate it. Anybody when it come to war, Virgin, and we're watching this and we entertaining because somebody have a narrative and tell you, oh, this person is evil or whatever. So like here, from you hate somebody, you start seeing them as a cockroach, you don't see them as a human being no more, you know. You see them as a cockroach, so you take nothing for you to harm them. That's what it is. I could see things how Alan see things through his own perspective, you know. I can't, nothing wrong with that. I can see things how those people who believe in running plane you know, and they're gonna get the 100 virgin or whatever. I can choose to think that way too, but I choose not to. You see, because I'm not influencing the people influence me how to think. And I mean, people listening us, Alan is a wise youth. Even Alan don't want to hear about because we live in the St. Kitts or Nevis and you want about Antigua or Dominica or any other places. That's fine, but the issues remain the same.
No, Banky. At the same time,
Yes.
I understand what he's saying. The point that he was making is that he would prefer for me to give him examples of the struggles of Rastafari and St. Kitts and Nevis. However, I dare point out that Rastafari, the struggle of Rastafari is collective. And even when you listen to, you know, man like Marcus Garvey and they show you, you know, if we are not free, if all of my brothers ain't free, me ain't free. So if me want to get free, all of us ain't free, right? But I'm going to use St. Kitts and Nevis example, since that's what he wants, right? The reality is, I grew up, right? A brethren lived next to me, Rasta man, contractor, got his children, got his family, living, yeah. 3 o'clock in the morning, boom, boom, all you know, he use cannabis. 3 o'clock in the morning, kick down the door, bam, come in. People got these man as bad. What criminal is doing because he used cannabis? They left, set up, we left, go mountain, do farming. Not just cannabis, you know, farming, banana, breadfruit, all kind of different things. Bring it down in society, feeding community. Police come up there, kick down the house, man, carry up all kind of galvanized, end up got gas tanker. Then they come and kick down the house, burn down the house. This is how Rastafari got to go through. Nothing for that. Because I ain't gonna call out there.
Yeah, but yes, son, you have
And
to
so
understand though.
you would have children,
Remember,
we know. The society, what this do? Because when you come and kick down the man door at 3 o'clock in the morning, you have children now going to school. These children living, going school, parents, the other peers saying, hey, your father jail bud. Your father jail bud. What your father do? What crime your father commit? You smoke cannabis, you use cannabis. All of this are the struggle of Rastafari. So we couldn't gonna work in society. Think it's a Nevis. A lot of people, the only thing we could have done to is farming. If you had a skill, use a skill, you ain't gonna work in the system. A lot of things change. That's why I say you're young now, Alan. So a lot of things change. So all of them persecution they were Rastafari get in the different place. It wasn't as dread as in Dominica with the Dread Act. And we never had an experience like the Coral Bay Garden in Jamaica. But the same persecutions towards Rastafari continued until in more recent times. People like me and
Yeah, but
Ira them end up being like the more people who end up kind of break down the barrier. I think Ira probably was one of the first to end up working in the civil service. And then I end up being teacher. But prior to that, you know, I see Rastafari in them kind of positions there. Because and even when I got that position, the struggle, what I will talk about there, when I reach to HR is when I find out that, and this is the kind of weird things that we'll be dealing with. When I reach to HR, so I go through all of this. I mean, junior education officer interview, we're going in the classroom like that, we can't allow that. Chief education officer, same argument. When I reach HR have a sheet of paper, and on the sheet of paper says males in the civil, conditions of males working in the civil service. And one of the conditions state males wearing locks should either have their hair neatly groomed or covered. So which means that they have provisions on there for Rastafari, but what? They and their own personal prejudices and because of their own personal beliefs, this is what they were imposing on the people. So all those people who wanted to do those things before could have done them but never really challenged the system. And only when I get there, I realize that they really had none. So my only question to the HR personnel then was, what you mean by neatly groomed? Because I said, at his teaching I was going to do so, I said, my locks was about like I make my shoulders. So I said, what if I'm teaching and my chalk drop and I bend over and at the same time you come and you see me here, look, you're going to say neatly groomed. So I want to know what you mean by neatly groomed. So define that for me. And that was my only issue there. But it showed that that was the concept. And speaking of that, I had a perfect example of the mindset of those people. Late great Simeon Daniel before he passed. He's a family of mine. I went to visit him one time while he was in the house in Ramsbury. And prior to me getting locks and so he would have known me before getting locks. But like I didn't see him for a good while and so on. And when I went back and I saw him and he asked me like what I'm doing and so on, I tell him I'm teaching. And he look at me and he like, with them on your head? He said, boy, that would have never happened in my time. I tell him, well, that would have been the first case you would have lost as a liar. You know? But that's the reality. He just show you the mindset of that and the kind of persecution and ridicule that we would have had to go through. So a lot who come and meet it now and take it for granted that you could even have a better style about him and galax and all and thing. But you know what I mean, that's what it is now. So it's taken for granted because the struggle is not there like that. It's not. They don't have youths now don't have to struggle for that. That part of it don't have to struggle. So we still there's some of the authentic ones who still continue to perpetuate that concept that we now accept Babylon, and that's why you would never see me as much as you talk politics and I would try to clarify certain things and so on. I know I will never play allegiance to King Charles III, his heirs and his successors. So that is something that I will never do. So as much I may be able to help the society and the community, me not do that, because me not adhere to that system there.
Never. Never. But Alan, you see, Alan with how Alan speak, a lot of people think that way. So different people share different perspective, and these things are good because it shows the society we live in. Because
yeah, and that's why I say that's why we should have this kind of engagement. That's why we should have these kind of discussions so that we could have these different views and opinions. And I welcome these kind of things. That's what the politicians them need to do. So that and that's why I encourage also to try to create avenues where the youths then can debate some of these topics. So instead of maybe having any bias side to it, create opportunities so that the youths them who in school, whether it's not just waiting till literary debate in society, and so create opportunities for them to debate and engage, and then get their parents more involved, get more young people in having this kind of discourse, so we could deal with conflict resolution issues and anger management and all of that, because they would know how to deal with different views and opinions and things like that.
They have that, but fellas, the always after 10 o'clock is the cutoff time. So, yeah. And you don't know, we could go on, and if we continue, we probably will go on and on and on. Banky, you look like you're gonna say one more thing, and I'll let you say this one more thing, and then we're gonna close it off.
Yeah. Big lies. One of the great mind we have in our society when it comes to political science, and as a lecturer, when I'm not sure if you still lecture at CFBC, understand understand human behavior, understand government systems, and that's what I'm trying to tell Alan. There are different government systems where you can have the people be a part of the government process. We are a lot of, but we don't have that system basically. You see what I mean? We leave the parliamentarian don't really come to you for stuff. But if you have a system where most certain things, most of the stuff you should come to people, they have a say. That's just what it is. You can impose stuff on people, but if you mean right, you put the right laws and the right things in place. You see what I mean? You wouldn't have people because you wouldn't have people who are making this and still going on the pap and the pep and all this thing because it's people managing these systems, you know. It's corrupt people managing this system. Okay, if you know you're making 5,000 or 10,000 a month, and you're gonna still put me on to get an extra 500, and me put him in there backward or forward, I hope I make like the next 500 to make 11,000. Well, how much people you do so, and why does that benefit you? And what do I owe you for you to do with these things? We can't see things that are flawed like these because it not affect me, affect you, each one of us. You understand? Those responsible. There are many who need the help, who born with different illnesses, and some who just don't. You understand? Have the capabilities of holding down certain type of jobs or whatever it is. So of course you have people that depend on the system itself for survival. So you need people in there who want to do the right things, put things in place so that these services benefit these people. And the people who man the system, advantaging the people and wondering, well, who he be, who he this, them things shouldn't be asked about you. If you come for certain services, it should be granted to you. It's better for your art because we're the same people. I only see things one way in a brethren. So I guess I got a different type of mind frame of sky. I'm going to see it another way. You see, because at the end of the day, we all need each other. That's just reality. We can't survive with each other, without each other. That's just it. We cannot. We cannot get food security accomplished without the farmers them on board. We cannot get nothing. We cannot have sports without the athletes them show up to run and the support of the. It's a collective effort in every way you try to put it. So you cannot be oppressing the people them who you still need the services from. When the services belong to them, is their tax, is their money, but yet they're getting the bad end of the stick. And then we trust to man it, giving you excuses why they should be at the highest top because this person in TDC has some private entity making a 20,000 a month, so they want 20,000 a month. Stick in your profession. We are making $1 million and 2 million, and don't go do government work where you want it make an extra 10 million. That's what we need to put in place, and taxpayers need to wise up and put people to sit in for it is and stop people can them. Well, how come the politician have come $500,000 money? Eh? How come that? How come they not $500,000 money? They can't come because they can't come to me and give me a 2 million because I don't want it. I'll give it to them who need it. I don't want nothing but the 2 million. Nothing. I don't care about money, Virgin. I just don't care about it. Really don't. You know what I'm saying? It's madness. And we've been forced to think because you have something, whatever it is, whatever, and your lifestyle depends on how much money you have, the car you drive, the same thing the doctor talking about. Same thing doctor talking about. You got on a Rolex, are you this, are you because you're all about image. I don't care about image. And I try to show my youth and them that I go anywhere how I want, how I feel like, and that's it. You know yourself. Don't let clothes and people opinion make you impress them. To hell with what people think. Doesn't matter what they think. You understand? But that's just we gotta do better, man. You understand? We live in a society where we can see things and realize those me and Yasan getting and go to their brethren. And tomorrow I become a politician now. All of a sudden now, me and Yasan is enemy because Yasan ain't taking me.
You got to make an appointment to come see me. So you go. You can't just come see me.
We see
That's the game of the playing on us.
It's too plain. And as Big Greg will say, it's all a game. And I ain't playing nobody game, Virgin. I ain't playing nobody game. I ain't sucking up to no man, no woman, I ain't sucking up to nobody. So who looking people to suck up to them and bend over and do whatever, whatever. I ain't the one. So I stay in my corner because we're supposed to see things for what it is. So these things are intentional. I hear a gentleman calling on a radio show and I'm gonna go a year or two ago and say poor people only just want enough money to pay the bills and whatever, but the rich folks them want last pass to protect them. And that's the reason why I listen to these shows. Not because I care about these people talking rambling on the radio, but because they're speaking for people for their peers. You see, I listen because they speak. They have just like Trump. I know about Trump because Trump represents a masses of the people in the U.S. and they say when some people speak here, they represent the masses of the people around them. So they know what they're doing. So you listen, but a lot of people are not going to listen. So I listen to them. So when I talk, I know where the mind frame is. I know they're up to no good. Because when a politician going to tell me they can't speak on agriculture because they may be the minister of tourism or the minister of public works. Really? So you're not going to eat, or you're going to eat stone? Huh? Nobody could anybody who tell me they can't speak about agriculture. They're lying to you. Don't trust them. Because you have to do their survival, the clothes they wear, the food they eat, the house they live in. Everybody must speak on agriculture. And just like food security, all ministers of government should be speaking on food security as a national agenda. So that's what you know when people are serious. It must be a one voice in the school, in the churches, everywhere you go. You're supposed to see we're gonna make this happen because everybody will be on board. The supermarkets and all of them and the hotels going to be on board to make sure we keep everything local. Just we're talking about the herb, all these things the question you asked about the PGI grow with the cannabis with all these different stuff that's spraying on the herb and all these things to make it stronger. And so we continue on local homegrown and all these things. It's all about safety. These things are supposed to be a national project. Nobody will give me to run down the money, you know.
Stronger
From the worst person.
is a loose term. It's a loose term. I don't know if Alan is still there, but we're gonna have to call it a night
Yeah, man.
because
I was just about to say that's a
it's a
nice way
4 hour
to.
discover.
No, I was just about to say that's a nice way to wrap it up as Banky segued into tying it back into agriculture, seeing that this was an exclusive everything agriculture and tying the cannabis to wrap it up at the end of it as well. So yeah, it was a great discussion. I think we were able to touch on a number of different topics. I think Dr. Garden did a wonderful job in the initial part of the show. I think we were able to touch on a number of different topics. And it's always nice to have the debate and the exchanges and differences in opinion. At least it demonstrates what I am pointing out, that we have to learn to be able to do this, that we can agree and disagree without being upset and angry and want to shoot one another and want to joke down one another. You know what I mean? So we're here and we have differences in opinion, but we're able to disagree and interject when necessary and have that exchange. And so I look forward to the next program, the end of the month. I'm sure folks will be looking forward to that as well. I give thanks for the opportunity, Ira and Alan, to be a part of your audience and to be able to share this platform and to have it like this. I look forward to our next session. Give thanks, everybody. Enough love, Rastafari guidance every time.
Big up your entertainment network.
Straight. Alan?
Good night. It was good to fight. I like to fight. I understand. I understand. You know what I'm
Yes, I
saying?
love it. Love it.
But I'm gonna end off with some fighting still.
Dr. God had
That's
the
what it's
can't
all
talk
about.
That's what fight for words, you know. Dr. God had to fight for words for words.
No, and then set it for the next week. So people don't want to come back the next day to hear the rest of it. So go ahead.
Set it out.
Well, I just feel like once again, okay, two things. I feel like are you discrediting? Maybe it's because I'm watching the World War II thing. There is a
Mm-hmm.
way to the best way to mash up a system is from inside. So
Mm-hmm.
y'all may persist with your tactics, but I'm giving you food for thought. The best way to mash up
Mm-hmm.
a system to mold a
I got
system
you.
and to step outside and say, but me never gonna do that there. Never. No. Them that 2 minutes. The best way there, you
That's why
watch
the
them
man want
good.
to go play
You
allegiance, brethren. Go play allegiance.
I mean, when Martin Luther King was trying to get rights for black people, he not tell them he got time when he tell them don't go up on the bus, don't do this, because he watched the system and he said in order for Abby to get in, so that Abby a human too, we gonna go use it. So I'm just giving you food for thought and the angle there. The next one is the economic angle. Um, in looking at systems, because listen, something I wonder how come people go live at China, for example. How would people live in a communist country? But it come down to stability and prosperity, regardless of what the system be. Those is the two things that are essential. Otherwise, your system ain't gonna get a chance to go nowhere. So as much as me would watch China, I say how people go live there, very stable, and they're growing fast. If you are able to be to demonstrate prosperity and stability, particularly knowing the system. Because man me hear you say you not care about money, but if if
Mm.
if if, if you got purchasing power, it is a thing that can be ignored. I think that a better
Yeah, but
position would
remember,
be that
it's moving.
I think a better position might be that you ain't gonna be influenced, or you're not gonna allow it to change you as a person. But once again, I'm
That's the
just
whole
saying
point. That's the whole point.
but to ignore it totally, I think would be an error in judgment. Outside of
Because
that,
you can see the influence of the people behave. That's the whole point.
that's what I'm saying. So I mean,
Yeah, of
power
course.
is power is based on levels. You got status, influence, and money. So money is just one part of power. You go got all the money in the world and you can't influence nothing. Are you not gonna
Of course.
status? So if you ain't able
Yes.
to align all three, then your power in certain ways is gonna wane. You understand? And you're gonna want it waxing all the time. So as me said, them little things. I hope everybody is well. Next time we have this show is gonna be in March. I would assume there's gonna be a press conference by then. So next week is the press conference edition. Good night, everybody.
All right, everyone. Good night. And yeah, next time we do this each and every time. Last Tuesday of the month. This is the inaugural episode, or they call it the pilot episode. And thanks to Banky, Shabazz, Yasan, Tafari, Alan Powell. Next time it probably won't be me. We plan to rotate this spot, and you would have probably Alan Powell there every night because it's the topics, and he's the topics. And then you also have everything of agriculture and with
Yes, sir.
Banky and Yason. So good night and thanks for joining, and see you
Yes,
next
sir.
week. Yes.